Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you guys.
Blake, Aaron,
Jeff Kashua,
Johnny Friday,
Daryl Williams on bass,
Greg Manning on keyboards. Thank you so much. Good night.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Bonjour, welcome to Cultures of Las Vegas. I'm Chloe Beardsley with News 3 and the CW Las Vegas. This month we're featuring the French, and we picked July because July 14th is La Fête Nationale, a large celebration throughout France. And we have a special lineup of ladies and gentlemen who live right here in Southern Nevada, and we're so excited to share with you some of the best French food, ways to get connected within the French community, and also explore some local French businesses. Now, due to social distancing, we're kind of split up into groups, but we've got a lot of cool things to talk about with people's roots here in Clark County. And you can already see we're starting off with the ladies. Ladies first, of course, we've got Maggie with La Maison de Maggie, and we've also got Claudine Escobar-Durand from the Alliance Française. Woo! Personal story. So I spoke French. That was my very first language. I have forgotten everything. So if you guys say anything in French, I might miss it a little bit, so I apologize for that. But thank you so much for being here. I mean, it is so cool to kind of get back to your roots. I know a lot of people kind of like to do that, getting older. Tell me a little bit about each of your businesses that you're connected to. We'll start with Maggie. You have La Maison de Maggie, and that is a little French spot here in town. Tell me a little bit about, we've got the food in front of us. It is really hard to social distance from this plate. Tell me a little bit about what we have here and what else you serve in your store.
So here you have croissant and pain au chocolat, what you call chocolate croissant.
Yeah, it's at like Starbucks. You're like, oh, can I get one of those? But it sounds so much cooler when you say it in French, right?
Yeah, well, so this is what it was easy for me to bring here, because all the crepes and galette and croque monsieur, everything else I'm making is like more hard to bring in the studio and wait for it.
So croque monsieur, anyone who's listening, if you're planning on taking a trip to France, that is a treat you're going to have to check out. Explain a little bit, what is a croque monsieur? And I mean, that's just a winning thing to eat.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to explain for you. It's like a grilled cheese with ham. And if you add eggs on top, it's a croque madame.
It's simple, but simply amazing, and it's just the right French touch. And speaking of French touch, if you want to get connected within the French community, we have Claudine here. And tell me a little bit about the Alliance Française. That is a cultural group. You guys do a lot of things, classes. Give me a rundown of some of the things that you provide.
So the Alliance Française is part of a world network of Alliance. We have more than 800 chapters worldwide, and here in the US there are more than 100 chapters. So in Las Vegas we teach adults, teenagers and children. We have group lessons, private lessons, so people can learn French in a fun way. Our students become social actors in French. You are not just learning verbs, but really you're going to be able to interact in French with French people, or when you travel. And we are also a cultural center. We have a lot of activities related to the culture. We have our French breakfast twice a month, and also French movie night with UNLV. And we also do, for the little ones, French story time once a month. And right now we are transitioning to online activities and online lessons because of the pandemic, but we hope to be back with our cultural activities as soon as possible.
So a lot of people are talking about this as the new normal. You would say that in French as
Retour à la normale.
perfect. So the return to normal, and it has been quite a transition for everyone here, not only in Southern Nevada, but across the world. But you guys have taken group gatherings and have translated that to online. How has that been?
Well, as for everybody, the start was a little complicated, but right now our students are very happy with the online transition because modern tools allow us to really interact and do group activities, even if we are distancing from each other.
I also feel like we've become very social media savvy, especially lately, which is kind of great. We're very prepared for this kind of stuff. And you've also had to make modifications. Tell me a little bit. You're open now for your business.
I was always open.
Oh, you were always open?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I did pick up delivery myself because I had time to do it, and curbside, and now I'm already open for dining, as normal.
And how does that feel, kind of going through everything with...
For me, exactly, it's like nothing happened.
Really? Well, that's great.
Yeah, really.
How
everything back to normal, like you said.
Yeah, and I'm sure people love that too.
They're
because
so happy to be back.
Yeah,
I'm happy to see them too, but they're so happy to be back.
especially with those French cravings, because I mean, everyone at home has some sort of craving, and when you've tasted that French food, you just want to go back. And you can't, I mean, look, we're staring at it. That's carbs and it's glorious. Yeah, I know, I smell it too. And if only we had smell-o-vision, then everyone at home could just see how delightful this is. And tell me a little bit about some of your specialty plates that you have at La Maison de Maggie.
So besides the croque monsieur that you talked about, I'm doing also the crepes and the galette. Galette that's made with buckwheat, so that's savory crepe, and it's gluten-free.
Oh, that's perfect. So for the gluten-free family out there, that is certainly something to keep in mind. We'll definitely have to check that out. We've gotten a lot of recommendations for your restaurant to check it out. And I mean, the smell itself is kind of selling it for me. So wonderful, wonderful there. As far as getting people to try new things, what are some things that you recommend on your menu?
Usually people like the crepe Suzette. That's with alcohol, but the crepe is set up on fire, so people love it just for the design already. And it's very classic French crepe. And other than that, I'll do all the sandwiches with French baguette.
Oh my gosh.
Like the classic, ham, cheese, butter, and cornichon. That's the French pickle, cornichon.
My mouth is like watering right now. Like, oh my gosh, that is so good. And you probably teach your students a lot about the French dining. Tell me a little bit about how that plays into the classes that you do.
Well, that places like a lot of fromage,
Yeah, fromage!
cheese.
That's cheese.
In our classes. So usually during class, people, especially on Saturdays, all our students bring pain au chocolat, croissant, baguette, and they just enjoy while they are eating and studying French. And so we have the French breakfast. And all our teaching is focused on culture. So for each unit, we teach them how does it reflects on culture. We teach about food, about museums, about also cultural difference and how to do things in France or also with the Francophone world, Canada, Africa.
Very cool, very cool. So the lesson today is the best way to learn French is to eat the French food along with it. So take your classes and show up at La Maison de Maggie. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on this show. We'll have more guests coming up in just a second.
Before the masks, before the distancing, before the world changed, UMC was ready. Our response to COVID-19 began before the crisis did, with our own team of infectious disease experts who've spent their careers planning for this moment. With a pandemic response plan, we'd practiced again and again, and by blazing new trails in large-scale testing, including every patient we admit. Always ready. UMC.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Welcome back to Cultures of Las Vegas. This episode is about the French. I'm Chloe Beardsley, and we have wiped down the seats. You're spaced out, social distance, and ready to go. Two new guests here for this next segment. We've got Sebastian, Honorary Consul of France for Southern Nevada and Las Vegas. Tell me a little bit about what you do right here in Las Vegas.
So basically, I'm the official representative of the French government here in Las Vegas, and I take care of like administrative stuff related to the French government for French citizens that are here in town, either locals or tourists.
Perfect. And I also have another guest, and you're the co-founder of Exotics Racing. That already sounds exciting. Tell me a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, Exotics Racing is a driving experience up at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, where we welcome guests to drive some of the most exciting cars in the world: Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, McLarens, and you benefit from instruction from professionals. And we try to give you the best time of your life.
Perfect. And is it new cars? Is it old cars? Or a mix?
It is the latest and greatest models of all these manufacturers. We always try to get the newer models, so it also generates more interest from customers that would want to come back and drive the latest model available. We don't do classic cars. I love them, but it's a lot more difficult to operate.
So we'll leave the new stuff to you, but talking about classic and talking about history, tell me a little bit about the timeline of French influence right here in Southern Nevada.
Well, what's funny is that it even started before Las Vegas was incorporated.
Whoa!
So you have, for example, I'm sure you know about Fremont Street.
Yeah, I may have
Does
been
it
there.
sound, so that was called Fremont Street because of John Charles Fremont.
Really?
So you guys, for some reason, got rid of the accent on the E at some point.
Who did that?
But I have no idea. But that
Let's
was John Charles Fremont was the first person who pointed Vegas on a map in 1854. And Fremont Street was actually the first road that was paved in Vegas in 1925, I guess. So that's kind of interesting. And his father was French, although he was American. John Charles Fremont's father was French.
That is an amazing piece of history. So from the get-go, French people have had quite an influence here. That's pretty amazing. Tell me a little bit about some of your favorite things here in Las Vegas that are French connected.
We have tons of amazing restaurants that are even better than the ones that we have in France. We have some on the strip, some off the strip, and they're all big or small. We have amazing chefs here in town. I'm sure you'll see some of the food coming up.
Yeah, some more food's on the way.
But yeah, and then of course the influence of on the shows here in town is basically coming all from France, like all the reviews, the cabarets, the cirque shows. Even though they're from Canada, they were influenced by French, shows in Paris, like Moulin Rouge, Lido, Folies Bergère, this kind of stuff. One of the most iconic French singers had a residency here in town way before Céline and all that. So like Edith Piaf was here for a few months. Maurice Chevalier was here for a few months. Lynn Renaud was here. She's probably the most iconic one. Like between Dunes, Sands, Caesar's Palace, and all this kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh, so many things to check out. So not only on the stage, but also we were talking about the track earlier. So we know in Las Vegas we've got a wide variety of shows, but specifically for kids, you have some go-karting that's kind of new?
Yeah, it's kind of new. I mean, it's about a year old now, but still new. The the car track, the big track, has been here for almost 11 years. But the go-kart's fairly new. We wanted to address the local community more with something that would be accessible, more affordable, number one, and more accessible for families, and it's a lot of fun. So we have an outdoor go-kart track that is at the same location as the car racetrack at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and it's a great fun.
And you said there's a safe way for kids to be in the ride as well. So parents have control over the vehicle for the younger kids?
For the young kids, yes,
Yeah,
but we also
the ones
have
that can't drive yet.
yeah, exactly.
The
So
10-year-olds?
we have like a two-seater
Okay.
go-kart that's available for that. But starting 10 years old, we have junior go-karts from 10 to 14, and then 14 and up, it's adult go-karts that are a little bit faster, a little bit bigger. But this fun for the whole family.
What's the fastest you've seen people go?
These go-karts, they go up to 45 miles an hour
That's
roughly on the
fast
track, which
for a
is fast.
go-kart.
Yeah, which is fast. But you know, the weight plays a role, and so young kid, very light.
Oh,
They can be fast.
that's actually pretty. Ooh, that's exhilarating. That's what it sounds like. So tell me a little bit. How many years have you been in Las Vegas?
So I moved here almost 11 years ago.
And from which part of France?
So I used to live in London in the
Oh,
UK
okay.
before I moved to Las Vegas, but I'm originally from Paris, where I grew up.
Oh, okay, cool. What would you guys say to people? Because you guys actually know each other. I probably should have started with that. These guys are friends. I just met them today. But, you know, we're all in this
Your
French...
friend too, you're good.
Oh, merci. So we're all friends together. What would you guys say to maybe encourage people to check out the French culture or some French businesses? What would you say to kind of entice them to kind of, I don't know, look into it?
Well, let's start with the accent. I mean, come on.
Oui, oui.
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's really interesting to me because the French influence here in town is, as we just discussed,
Huge.
It's huge.
I had no idea.
And especially today in these times, what's interesting is that it created like a lot of chemistry, a lot of mixity, and all this kind of stuff. So the cultural mix is really interesting. That's what I'm super excited about, that because it brings so much more culture, and differences are great to work together and all that. So
Definitely.
yeah, so the French businesses and like the Moulin Rouge, for example, it was like first hotel and casino here in town that brought the black and white people together and got rid of all the segregation
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
on the strip and all that. So, I mean, come on.
Amazing, and a very important message. So you guys obviously have checked out the town. We all love Las Vegas. What are some of your hot spots that you're just total fans of here?
I'll let you start. We probably have a few in common, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I love going to Fremont Street.
Yeah.
And I mean, the old part of the city.
Yeah.
Because it's more for locals and stuff like that. So there's a different vibe there that I'm more into. But then when it comes to businesses, I'd say, I mean, a few restaurants like Partage off the strip, and then Mon Ami Gabi on the
Oh,
strip.
yeah, that's coming up.
Yeah, I know. And of course, Exotics Racing is great.
I know. I really want to check that out. That sounds like a lot of fun. And you guys are open right now, right?
yeah, we reopened on June 12th, and we're back to normal schedule. So we're
Perfect.
fully open. We obviously implemented a lot of different rules
Yeah.
to just make sure that we're safe. But it's not like a crowded environment either. So it's not that complicated.
I was going to say, if we didn't have the social distancing rules, we would be doing this interview in a race car right now.
Probably.
But maybe next time.
Maybe next
When
time.
things settle down. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for being on today. More guests coming up in just a second.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Welcome back to Cultures of Las Vegas, the French. We've done another round of musical chairs, and I'm joined by two new French guests. We've got Alain Vizinoni, and then we've also got our fabulous chef, Vincent Puisel. So, two very important people here, and we've got some great food and wine. I mean, that's like kind of the best way to end this segment, don't you think? So, you're in wine distribution.
Exactly.
For basically everyone in Las Vegas.
For pretty much everyone, yes.
Tell me a little bit about that and the type of popular wines that you guys distribute in town.
Well, we distribute a lot of French wine. There is different region, the most iconic, Bordeaux and Burgundy, on Provence. And today we can talk about Provence because Bastille Day is very important. And this is how refreshing it is. And you know, and rosé goes with everything, grilled meat and everything you can imagine. And it's a very important part of the food in France. Rosé is very friendly. It's a very friendly wine. So Bastille Day is a big popular feast in France, and everybody party. And it's perfect. It's a perfect wine. I mean, just you can drink rosé pretty much with everything, but it's perfect for party. It's very light. It's very refreshing, very crisp. You can drink this at the pool, like here.
And it's hot outside, so it's not only good for the pool, it's perfect for parties, and it's really popular. And speaking of popular, your restaurant is almost always packed. And I've been there before, but it is great to check out. Obviously, with social distancing, there are different rules in place, but you guys have, what, 4,000 guests a day?
Yeah, we're fairly busy restaurant, let's put it this way. So a couple of reasons for that. We've been in town for 20 years now, so it's a very well-established restaurant inside the Paris Hotel. So as a French restaurant in the Paris Hotel, we're in the center, dead center of the Strip. You know, we're right across from the Bellagio and the fountains. We have a very large and spacious patio. So all of those makes it that, you know, guests are automatically, you know, attracted by the restaurant. And then nevertheless, but you know, we also serve a very classic French food, which we brought today. Some of the example of that. We have a steak frite. So if you happen to tumble anywhere in Paris and you want to grab something to eat, a steak frite probably will be the most easiest thing to do. We also brought some escargot, so you know, we're gonna do it full French. I didn't bring any frog legs, but we're gonna have cuisse de grenouille for Bastille Day. That's gonna be available for a special. I promise. It's not a joke. We're gonna have frog legs, escargot. You know, because everybody that basically wants to experience French will go with escargot, whether or not they're gonna enjoy it, but at least we'll try. We have one of those exotic, you know, food, you know, based on what we sell each and every day, escargot dishes. I believe that, you know, our crowd is pretty excited about having them. And they pair beautiful with, you know, rosé, of course. It's one way to go, you know.
This is the best pairing for sure. And you guys are the most iconic restaurant in Las Vegas. I mean, that's kind of awesome to talk about, but you mentioned escargot. So anyone who's watching right now and thinks snails, no, this is so good. Anytime I go back to France, that is my go-to thing to eat. Or if you're going to a French restaurant here in Las Vegas, you've got to check it out, because it, for people who aren't part of the French culture or maybe haven't dived into it yet, it is a delicious, delicious treat. And do you put it on a baguette, or do some of the customers? I do that.
Yes. So the way that we are actually serving the escargot is probably the most classical way. We actually bake them in a garlic butter. So very fragrant, very garlicky, and has that nice, strong, you know, herb, lots of parsley as well. And then we, of course, serve with each and every guest a freshly baked baguette. So that you crack your baguette and you just dip your baguette inside that butter where the escargots are nicely swimming in there. And it's just, you know, one way to go. You sip on a rosé and then you're ready to go.
Trying really hard not to drool on set here. But in between the escargot and the French wine, I mean, this is really quite the pairing, and you can find your wines pretty much anywhere on the Strip, right?
Yes.
What are some of your favorites?
Favorites wine?
Yeah.
Well, I love French wine. So I love Burgundy. I love Bordeaux as well. I like high-end Burgundy and high-end Bordeaux. They are very, not only famous, but very, very good. And it's very difficult to replicate the terroir of France than everywhere else. I mean, you cannot, you basically cannot do it. So we are very, very good winemaker, big history of wine. And even if American wine is really, really good, the French wine is more delicate, more, you have to be more passionate. If you're passionate about wine, you go for French wine.
Perfect. So while you're celebrating, because now you're part of the club, La Fête Nationale, right? Or Bastille Day, you can grab a glass of wine, and then you've got just some fabulous menu items. Is there a favorite you can pick from your menu, or did you bring it today?
You know, I always enjoy a steak frites. I think, you know, that's something that transport you, you know, back home. Just because fresh cut fries, so you know we can't go wrong with that. We slice hundreds and pounds of fresh potato French fries each and every day. And then today we showcase. I brought a sauce au poivre, so it's a green peppercorn sauce, which has that spice. You know, a lot of time when people ask me, you know, French food doesn't have any spice. We're you know, there's no spicy French food. Well, that's one example where you could get some kick out of a steak. So we brought some some green peppercorn sauce, and that truly has a nice kick to it. So, you know, the wine guy here will probably tell me you need something very robust, very, you know, so yeah, probably something more from the south.
Sud de France, right?
Something like a Saint-Joseph or something like that would pair beautiful with you know, a steak frite. But you know, any French wine will pair beautiful with French food, you know. Absolutely.
And speaking of beautiful food, so we've got just a couple minutes left. Desserts. That's like a whole nother level of the French just doing it the best. What are some of your favorites real quick? What wines would you pair with desserts, and what are the best desserts that people have to check out?
So, you know, we're a classic bistro, so we cover really the whole classic line of desserts. So from the tarte tatin, so an apple pie, basically, that we have at a restaurant, that's just, you know, awesome to have. Especially, you know, sitting in a patio and everything like that. We have a chocolate mousse that you can never go wrong with a chocolate mousse, of course. And then, you know, the cherry on top of the cake, we do a profiterole that we bake, you know, throughout the service each and every day. So it's a flaky puff pastry, basically, that you bake, rises up to a bowl, cream puff, and then we stuff it with vanilla ice cream and then pour like a decadent, you know, chocolate sauce over the top. And that, you know, yet again, another pretty representative dessert. From the French menu.
What would you pair with that?
You cannot beat Sauterne. I mean, Sauterne is, you know, the dessert wine par excellence in France. I mean, it comes from Bordeaux. It's absolutely amazing. You can have it with blue cheese, but you can have it definitely with all the dessert.
Perfect. Well, now we've got more assignments to check out, not only from learning French, learning about the culture, checking out some of the food places around here. We've also got some pairing ideas. So anyone at home who's looking to get into the French culture, I mean, these are the experts we've brought onto this show. We're so excited to be able to showcase not only everything that France has brought influence to Las Vegas, but also the fantastic food here. So when you do get a chance to check it out, let us know what you think. It is so cool to see the French so enriched in the culture here in Las Vegas, and we're just thrilled to be able to bring you this segment. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on the show. It has been so much fun, and I mean, I don't know, I feel like getting back to my French roots almost immediately just by talking to you guys. The smell-o-vision, the food, it's great. So you guys at home, join me. We'll raise a glass and go check out some food, stay socially distanced. And thank you so much for tuning in to Cultures of Las Vegas featuring the French. Happy Fête Nationale? All right, Bastille Day. Cheers.
Although my car almost flipped over on its top, so you can see I'm floating down in the middle of this weather. I've called 911. They've told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon.
1 million Nevadans commute to work every day. Whether you drive, take the bus, ride your bicycle, or walk, we all want to get there safely. To prevent collisions, it's essential to be proactive during your commute. It's important to be predictable and follow the rules of the road to keep yourself and others around you safe. We are the driving force of our economy. Let's get there safely. Let's get there together.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use. Or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Sue Levitt. Well, it has been an especially active monsoon season this year, with Las Vegas receiving record amounts of rain. Thanks to the many storm systems in place, when it does rain, most water gets safely diverted away from homes and businesses. Rainwater leaves the valley through miles of underground flood channels that dive right underneath our city. And when these channels fill up, it can be especially dangerous to some homeless individuals in our community that have made the flood channels their home. We begin this program with a look into Shine a Light, an organization filled with volunteers who regularly venture into the depths of the flood channels to extend help and warn people of how dangerous the channels can be when it rains.
It's quiet, it's lonely, it's dark, it's wet, it's damp.
Paul Votrino spent almost 3 years of his life here underground in these flood channels.
I had resigned to the fact that I would die homeless, living in a flood drain.
And living in a flood drain that's meant for floodwater doesn't create the most stable living conditions.
When it rains, I lose my head, I just, it's gone, and I have to start over.
About 8 years ago, Paul was arrested and received help through a Henderson drug court. He's been able to get his life back on track and is now the executive director of the Shine a Light Foundation. He returns to the tunnels where he once lived to help others find a way out.
So these flood channels were created to keep the public safe, right? The people have made this their home. So obviously, when it does rain, even when it's not raining, there's a lot of dangers to living in this. Disease and just the addiction and the things that are going on down here. But for a lot of them, they don't see a way out. So it's our responsibility to hold their hand and show them a way.
Shine a Light is a Freedom House sober living program that helps the hundreds of men, women, and children who live in the underground flood channels of Las Vegas. The program prides itself on going into the depth of the storm drain system to engage with the underserved hidden population on a personal level. Volunteers from Shine a Light venture into the flood channels every Saturday to offer supplies along with information on gaining access to treatment and housing. And each time it rains, efforts are increased to be sure those living in these channels realize the danger headed their way.
And those experiences are like, you don't gamble with that experience. So every time the rain, the water shows the level of anxiety, the level of immediacy, like it's moved now, we gotta go.
There are over 677 miles of storm drains and flood channels built underneath and throughout Clark County, designed to divert and carry floodwater safely through the valley. When it rains, the flood channels fill up quickly, and for those living in these channels, floodwater poses a serious threat.
I've been stuck there twice in the middle of floodwater, to my knees, if not higher. One time I didn't make it out. I stayed in the tunnel hanging off of a steel ladder that was built into the concrete on the side for hours waiting for the water to slow down.
Paul was lucky the water did slow down and he was able to reach safety. Unfortunately, almost every monsoon season, someone dies by drowning in one of the flood channels during a storm.
So it can come completely unexpected. And two, it's never easy to gauge how long it would take. So like there's been times when it rained and it never dangerously flooded. Right? Like you're good, you're safe, you can stay down there, take your time, pack your stuff. Then there's times when it rains and in 30 seconds it's at your knees rushing 30 miles an hour downhill because they're designed to move downhill and it will sweep you off your feet and carry you, miles down the tunnel.
China Lake watches the weather and receives updates from the National Weather Service. This way they can warn any of those living deep in the flood channels plenty of notice to get out.
It's terrifying. The part of the tunnel that I lived in turned, so I was literally like probably about 40 feet away from the bend, right? And I'm just doing my thing, existing in my space, and I noticed the water come around the corner, and it's, no higher than a solar issue, no big deal. I'm like, okay, it's time to go, and so I start grabbing some stuff, and then all of a sudden I hear this deafening roar kind of echoing down the tunnel, and it took over all sound. And when you're underground, you can hear the cars, you can hear the sewers, you can hear what's happening above you. It stole all that sound, and it was just replaced by this roar. And I look up and I see the water was coming around the corner. It's catastrophic, right? Like, and that happened. The soil should be less to like use this gallons of water coming around the corner within minutes. It didn't take long at all for that.
Hearing firsthand the terror that's facing in the tunnels is what keeps organizations like Shine a Light heading back time and time again to help. It's estimated that over 2,000 people have made the tunnels their home, and so far this year, Shine a Light has helped almost 250 people get out. If you'd like to help or want more information, you can visit ShineALight.LV. And you know how much rain Las Vegas receives on an average year. We'll have the answers when we come back.
I hear there are new swimming pool restrictions. Am I going to have to get rid of my pool?
There are no plans right now to prohibit anybody's existing swimming pool from enjoy it. What we have done, however, is we have limited the size of swimming pools going forward. This means new construction swimming pools have to be smaller than 600 square feet. Now, the average size swimming pool in southern Nevada is about 470 square feet. So a 600 square foot swimming pool still provides for a good sized pool.
Monsoon season is July through September, and this season has been one of the most restless and wettest in 10 years. We take a look at some of the storms that caused heavy rain to pour into casinos pools were flooded with water during torrential rainfall. Video was shared all over social media showing rainwater pouring from ceilings at Planet Hollywood and Caesar Palace resorts on the Las Vegas Strip. Rainwater also swamped the carpet at the Circa Resort and Casino after rain started seeping in through the storybook video wall. Rushing water to a parking garage from the strip into a fast-moving river, and this video captured by North Las Vegas police officers shows that one woman swept away for nearly 2 miles before the bridge here and was then rescued from the flood channel. There have been 3 reported deaths of people who have died in flood control facilities.
So this season has been one of the wettest in the past 10 years. Since we back in 2012, we find a wetter monsoon season in the Las Vegas Valley. So it's definitely wet. Furthermore, the past few monsoon seasons, 2019 and 2020 especially, were very dry. I think 2020 was the driest monsoon season on record for the whole southwestern United States. So it was very dry. So it seems even more dramatic because we're coming off so many dry conditions. Weather Service last month, August 11, picked a little over a half an inch of rainfall with the downpour, which brings this monsoon season official rainfall total to just over 1 inch of rain. We have not received more than 1 inch of rainfall during monsoon season at the official gauge since 2014. It's been really active around here, and kind of unusual about this monsoon is that normally living in Las Vegas, we're on the edge of the monsoon. You hear about it in Arizona, but out here it's usually much more straight to the sun, but it's just been first also almost a day of activity in here. So I think this season is the exception. More during August 11th storm shows how the bus rained it makes way through an intersection on Washington Boulevard, with one of the bus riders just from Charleston at raging rapids. Another video shows a car battling strong currents of downhill flooding. During these storms, the Regional Flood Control District and the National Weather Service urged everyone to please take all flash flood warnings serious. All through the season, all through the summer season, it's sunny skies, something in the early afternoon will do, and develop very quickly, and when they do, that is very real. The National Weather Service had over 200 flood warnings this summer, more warnings before monsoon season ends. Can't tell how deep the water is, especially if it's flowing water. It has momentum, it can lift your car and sink away. If it's nighttime, it's hard to tell how deep the water might be. And you don't know what's in the water. There's all kinds of toxins and snakes and kind of things like that in there. So you definitely want to avoid the floodwater costs and take flood safety seriously. The Flood Control District does take flood safety seriously and by the public and concerns as part of every monsoon season for more residents prepared and use caution during flash floods. County Regional Flood Control District to be aware of the dangers of flash flooding. This is why the district kicks off the monsoon season with an annual press conference to remind residents that trails, roads, and marshes can fill with water within minutes during flash flood season. Flash flood season runs from July to September, and during these months, it's especially important for Southern Nevada residents to be prepared for possible flooding. We really have no idea. We know the conditions are there, but we don't know where the former went. So these things pop up and makes them all favors. On July 8th, 1999, flash flood just opened into the valley. The National Weather Service reported that 3.2 inches were in Morgantown in about 90 minutes into the valley. The city infrastructure at the time was not equipped for the water. The district had a lot of works in the period and hit our city in 1999. Over $2 billion have been invested over the last 3.5 decades to build 677 miles of flood channels and storm drains, along with 104 detention basins throughout the valley. We have another 25% to do that. 38 detention basins and over 200 miles of channel storm drains that the city to rebuild. One of the latest flood control basins to be built, not the 6th project for North Las Vegas, will
berries with the steak and the salad underneath. You're living large, baby. Oh, fresh ground pepper. Never hurt anybody. Now a bite. Blue cheese. A little steak. A little salad. There's a Carl's Jr. commercial on TV where the guy goes, "Don't bother me, I'm eating. Don't bother me, I'm eating." And it's really good. I meant it. Quick little commercial. Come back, I'll make something really good, I promise. But right now, I'm busy. What would a summer salad show be without a fruit salad? Now, come on, fruit salad, I know, but we're going to do two things with it. I'm going to give you option A, option B. I think you're going to dig it. You know, I was thinking just do these guys, the berries. And then I thought, no, a little bit of this is good. It's color, it's different texture. Grab your old antique butterfly bowl. Put everything in. I ate a raspberry, and I shut my eyes and I'm back at my grandma and grandpa's house. Little kid growing up, because they had raspberry bushes. Oh man. You know, my grandmother used to fake my grandfather out for the food that she'd make him. He wasn't supposed to have butter, so she'd buy margarine and put it in butter containers. He never knew. Never knew. Poor guy. He died happy though. So we want a little bit of everything. So we'll start with some black plum. And I intentionally chose black plum because of the color, because it's nice. And when I'm making these for a fruit salad, I don't cut big pieces. I think they should almost be able to be one biters, you know? Okay? Plum. Apricot. Look at that. It's a donut peach. It's totally cool looking. Donut, because it's all squashed. It's not big and round. Look how sweet that is. See the color? These guys, the berries need a little rinse. But you gotta rinse them like right at the last minute. If you rinse them too far in advance, you'll be sorry. They'll get all mushy on you. And you don't want mushy berries. And you know that I like to dry my berries a little bit. I don't want the water going in the fruit salad. It's not necessary. Our dry berries go in with our dry stone fruit. I want a little lemon on these. Flavor. Just a little bit. Give it a nice, gentle little toss. So you can see, that's pretty cute. That's pretty nice looking already, right? Now let me show you what we're gonna do with this. We need 2 glasses. One, we just fill up with a little fruit. Same thing with the other one. Different glasses, same fruit, and here we go. One of them, you bust out an inexpensive bottle of champagne. That goes in this glass. Let that sit for a second. And now this guy, we grab sour cream. And on top of that, you know these little sugar in the raw things that you see in restaurants? Well, the next time you're in one, grab an extra pack or 2. Because we're gonna take this and give it this. And I'm telling you, the sweet fruit, the sweet sugar, mixed with the tart sour of the cream. First one, a little fruit, a couple berries, a little champagne. That's beautiful. Oh man, look at that guy. Oh sure, you could do that with whipping cream, but that'd be obvious, wouldn't it? That is not obvious. And what's going on in my mouth? The sweet, the sour, the sugar. I'm Sam the cooking guy. I love eating this stuff. I'll see you next time. For the recipes we made in today's show, check the website, ctn.org. Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bueno. I don't know what I'm saying. Butterfly bowl. I ate a raspberry. I'm going to shut my eyes and I'm back at my grandma and grandpa's house. Little kid growing up because they had raspberry bushes.
Millions of Americans have their packages stolen right from their doorstep or mailboxes by porch pirates each year. Here are some tips to help foil the thieves. Require a signature upon delivery. Have your packages delivered to you at work, or have them held at your local post office for pickup. If available, take advantage of the ship-to-store option. Some online retailers offer a locker service you can use, or have your packages delivered to the home of a friend or relative you know will be home. Package thefts are a crime of opportunity. Help protect your packages and peace of mind.
Do you believe that we send all of our water to California, or that casinos and resorts use an outsized portion of our water resources? Well, we are here today to talk to you about several myths related to water use in Southern Nevada. We want to set the record straight and give you the facts. It's time to tap the truth. Hi, I'm Colby Pellegrino, Deputy General Manager of Resources for the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And our topic for this edition of Tap the Truth is, why should I be worried about conservation when we need to, quote, stop sending water to California, as many folks on social media continue to point out? Well, the answer to that is a little complicated, but not so much. The water isn't ours. The Colorado River was divided up in 1922 in a compact between the upper basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico, and the lower basin states of California, Arizona, and Nevada. A few years later, the lower basin's portion of the pie was divided up even further. And those laws, again, still date back to the 20s, and that's where California got its entitlement to Colorado River water. They're not taking water that's ours, and actually they were using, in some cases, more water than they use today prior to Hoover Dam even being built. And that's how we tap the truth. For more information about the most popular water myths in the Valley and the real truth about them, find us on YouTube by searching Southern Nevada Water Authority.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
In the middle of the 20th century, women gained public prominence in entertainment, in journalism, and in politics. It's show business and entertainment that are the most visible. From vaudeville to burlesque, from showrooms to headliners, Las Vegas and entertainment became synonymous.
Hollywood glamour and talent arrived in Las Vegas with Grace Hayes. Her large eyes and her flapper style led to comparisons with other stars of that era, Mary Pickford, Clara Bow. This star of Broadway theater and Hollywood films first visited Las Vegas in 1939. She made it her home in 1942, and she gave the city a jump start on its reputation as the entertainment capital of the world. Hayes performed in theater and movie productions of the 1920s through the 1950s. A Night in Spain, The King of Jazz with Bing Crosby in 1929, Ballyhoo with W.C. Fields in 1930, Zis Boom Ba in 1941, and College Sweethearts in 1942. She virtually grew up on the stage. Before she was 10 years old, Grace moved to San Francisco from her birthplace in Springfield, Missouri, with her mother and sister. At the tender age of 14, she began singing in Barbary Coast nightclubs. She married Joseph Lind, who was a vaudevillian performer, at the age of 16, and 3 years later gave birth to her only child, Joseph Conrad Lind, better known as Peter Lind Hayes. In later years, she performed in movies with her son and her daughter-in-law, Mary Healy. After Grace made her first visit to Las Vegas in 1939, she returned to perform at the newly opened El Rancho Vegas Hotel in 1941. After several engagements in Las Vegas at the Monte Carlo Club and the El Cortez, where she earned the nickname of the Sweetheart of Las Vegas, Grace decided to move permanently and open her own club. She bought the Red Rooster nightclub on Old Highway 91, also known as the Las Vegas Strip, where she and other celebrities performed regularly. She renamed the club the Grace Hayes Lodge and kept entertaining until she sold it in 1960 for health reasons. Grace lived in Las Vegas and supported charities until her death in 1989 at the age of 93. Grace Hayes' recordings of I Can't Give Anything But Love, Baby, Sunny Side of the Street, and 3 o'clock in the morning brought her international fame, but she nearly made political history in Las Vegas. Hayes ran for constable of the Las Vegas Township against another nightclub owner, Woody Cole, in 1950. She lost by 8 votes, but became the first woman in Clark County history to seek election as a law enforcement officer. Although she failed in her run for political office, Grace Hayes will always be remembered for her great success as an entertainer.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. The first item on our agenda today is public comment. We invite any who wish to make comment on any item that is on our agenda to come forward. If it's an open comment, we'd invite you to wait. Let me just tell you that from the consent agenda, we're going to hear item 11, items 53, 54, and 55. They're not going to go on the consent agenda. They'll be pulled and they'll be heard right after we do the consent agenda, so that will be early in the meeting. So if that influences what your interest is, because we allow you to speak under our rules one time. Ms. Coleman, you were first.
Thank you. Good morning.
Now, what I'm going to ask today is that everyone make an effort to speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? This is Margaret Ann Coleman that I am. I'm here today to speak up on item. Yesterday I had discussed 38 concerning 2024 and 25 of your correcting the problem that I have been speaking up on since 2001. And to me, today is a new day and it should be corrected today. Now, PEGA has been, P-A-G-A-Y-A, I had said it was a people association group that accept you agency. You all call it something else, a smart is a funding property. It is a committee or group that closes the door upon ownership of people that's entitled. Now, as you know, I don't know if the audience can see that or yourself, but I will submit them. These are people of my ownership concerning my entitlement and the money in which I'm credited and due has been used by the board committee that I have been asking for reimbursement. There's a contract there with Golden Nugget that gives me the right to collect this money because due to a illness in which I detected arsenic, lead poison as a changed person, I put in a report, whereas this nurse or a doctor physician named Kathy Crumby had gave a diagnosis, whereas she defaulted at the same time giving me a shot of penicillin, whereas it came into a malpractice as well as an injury on the job. Now, she has been up behind me, changing her name and giving false identity to erase me. And Shannon Moore Hughes, as a deputy clerk, played her role totally as being not the third party upon my collection. As you know, I have been trying to recover ownership 1316 Wizard. Now, I've been trying to give inspiration and inspiration corrections.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman. If you can wrap it up in a couple of sentences, that's fine, but I know that just from having heard your presentation in the past,
2001, I opened up with the ownership of paying closing costs and also the property costs. I'm entitled to do collections and go back today. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman. You should give me a check from the Treasury Department of the government due to the fact you collected that money. I have not finished. I'm coming back.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ray Moffitt. I'm a homeowner up in the Lone Mountain area. I'm wanting to address item number 4, which is the DR 230188. This notice was given to us in the mail saying that it was going to be reviewed on the 13th. That meeting was canceled. We did not have opportunity to express public opinion about it. I did send my card in to oppose that, and so in opposition, I asked that be removed from the approval. This was a grade increase from 36 inches to 108 inches, so a 9-foot grade increase. It would definitely make a difference on my property's value, so I'm concerned about that item. We were told that the meeting was going to be rescheduled for next Tuesday, that this property's issue is not on that agenda, so I felt necessary to address it here this morning. And
so we're going to, what we'll do, we'll pull that from the consent agenda so it'll be heard.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and it'll be a few minutes before we get there.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public comment?
Good morning. My name is James G. Thomas. I reside at 4580 Harley Springs Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. I likewise am opposing the DR 23-01288 for the same reason. We were supposed to have a local meeting in the evening when all of our neighbors were available. This morning we have people that were supposed to have issues, would like to be here. They have to work.
We're going to hear that in a few minutes, so you'll have an opportunity to speak on it.
So we're going to do it on the 27th.
We're going to do it now.
You're going to do it now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to do it in just a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You should also, I just received a text message from one of the neighbors. They sent an email in earlier based on the fact that the meeting was canceled. Their name is Hobson. And you should find they have 5 points that they made in their email.
So what we'll ask you to do is make your points, and Commissioner Miller,
Okay.
and
All right.
in
Thank
whose
you, sir.
district this is, will make a decision about how to handle that. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is David Schaefer. I live at 5540 Bugsy Siegel Circle. I wanted to speak on WS 230198.
What is the item number on our agenda? Do you know that?
I don't, sir. My apologies.
So, Ms. Amundsen, would you find that one for us?
Could he repeat the number again?
Give us that number again.
It's application number WS 230198.
We will hear that when it's item number 80.
That's on our agenda to be heard today. You can speak now, or you can wait until the item comes
I'll
up.
wait until the item comes up. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on a specific item on our agenda today? There being no one, the public comment period is closed. Ms. Amundsen.
The second item is the approval of the agenda. After considering any additions or deletions of items, for the applicants and audience's information, please be aware that additional renotification fees may be required if 85 days have passed since initial notification or there are modifications to the original application. Staff has the following requests. Hold to the July 19, 2023 BCC meeting, item 22, ET 23-4000048, item 24, ET 23-4000057, item 70, VS 230192, item 71, UC 230191, item 72, WC 234000052, item 73, UC 230209, item 82, WS 230241, item 86, ZC 230072, item 87, VS 230073, item 91, ZC 230207, and item 92, VS 230208. Hold to the August 16, 2023 BCC meeting, item 51, ZC 210004. Hold to the September 20th, 2023 BCC meeting, item 65, ET 21-40017. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items 22, 24, 51, 65, 70, 71, 72, 73, 82, 86, 87, 91, and 92, the zoning agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Mr. Gronauer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here on items 93 and 94. We'd like to hold those until the July meeting, and I think that's it.
Okay, let me get over there. And Commissioner Jones? Is that all right? Okay, then we'll hold items 93 and 94 until?
July 19th.
The July 19th meeting. All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda at the pleasure of the board? I'll entertain a motion on the agenda then.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Britton, 5506 Rondonia Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada 89120. Anyway, on the 13th, there was no pre-hearing, but it states that 11 is going to go through today.
That's why we've taken item 11 off of the consent agenda, and we'll hear it in a few minutes.
Okay, well, one thing I wanted to know, well, so you will listen to what I have to say.
We're going to hear what you have to say at that
because
time.
I would like it to be restrained until all of you guys go through the documentation.
We're not going to vote on that item
Oh,
until after we've heard what the people who are here have to say.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Is there anything more to respecting this agenda? There's a motion for approval by Commissioner Jones. Please cast your vote. If you haven't voted, there we go. The motion carries.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the May 17, 2023 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
There's a motion for approval by Commissioner Jones. Please cast your votes. The motion carries.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 60, except any items previously deleted, and items 4 and 11, as well as items 53, 54, and 55. Those last three, 53, 54, and 55, will be heard separately with items 88 through 90. The other two will be heard separately as well. These items may be considered together in one motion or subject to conditions listed with each agenda item unless modified. Staff has the following requests. Item 12, AR 23400066, delete comprehensive planning bullet number 1. Item 13, AR 23400068, delete comprehensive planning bullet number 1. Item 21, ET 23400047, change comprehensive planning bullet number 1 to read until November 18, 2025 to complete. Items 40 and 41, WS 230167 and TM 2340045, please add the condition to read per revised plans dated June 20th, 2023. If there are no objections from the audience, the public hearing is now open and the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the consent items. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Next is item number 4, DR 230188, design review for finished grade on 2.5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the northeast corner of Stange Avenue and Grand Canyon Drive within Lone Mountain.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Please give us your name and spell your last name.
Brian Minter, M-I-N-T-E-R.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to tell us what this item?
Yes, sir. It's just an increase for grade. It's very standard for the Lone Mountain area. I believe if the gentleman lives across the street from me in Grand Canyon, that whole subdivision had the same waiver. This is not anything. It's just to get 18 inches to grade, which is what the water department, everybody asked us to do. It's not building anything extra. It's just to get to the 18 inches above Grand Canyon. Every home anywhere around there has the same waiver.
All right. Thank you. We'll invite folks.
Yes, sir.
This is a public hearing on item 4.
Good morning. I'm Ray Moffitt again, 4560 Harley Springs Circle, Las Vegas 89129. This piece of property we're discussing has a slope to it off of Grand Canyon, and the notice that came to us said that they're moving it up to 9 feet higher, so it apparently reaches Grand Canyon. Then that's going to make quite a difference in the community in our of our subdivisions there. And so my understanding is taking the natural grade up 36 inches is within normal realm, but going to 108 inches is beyond it. So Mr. Minter just mentioned about going 18 inches to grade on the backside of the property. That's over 9 feet to get up to the level that he's wanting to get to. There's also dirt on the property. He's been moving there for some time. I don't know whether he's been properly permitted to add all that fill to the property, but if you look at that property now, it has already fill higher than what really 18 inches would be from even the grade on Grand Canyon. So that's my concern.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on item 4?
Renee Moffett, 4560 Harley Springs Circle. I went to a December meeting and he claimed at that time, because he wanted access to Grand Canyon, that he was not going to build this lot up. I also went to a subsequent meeting where the subdivision below him has had to redo the entire subdivision because of the drainage from the large house that is on the corner of Red Coach and Grand Canyon. There's a very large house that was way built up. This guy promised us he wasn't going to build up as high as him. It seems like he is. Anyways, he's going back on his word. And I also know that what's going to cause to the drainage below him. They've already redone their drainage so that they would be able to sell their lots to people that would wish to buy them. So they've already had to go in and redo all of their drainage so that their lots are sellable. What's going to happen when he now adds to more problems to their drainage? That's my concern.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? In a few minutes.
Thank you very much. I've already introduced myself as James C. Thomas, 4580 Harley Springs Circle. Basically, echoing what my neighbor just said, the biggest problem to me on all of this is that we're here this morning advocating our views on this when we were all kind of focused on doing it on the 13th, when it was canceled for lack of a quorum. And it was in the evening. Here this morning, there's just the four of us, or three homesteads were represented, were able to attend. I don't think it's a good way to do business between the board and the residents. The gentleman I mentioned, Mr. Hobson, Paul and Toby Hobson, I just got a copy of their email, and their objections mirror what Mr. Moffett said. So it's not that we're not looking forward to having Mr. Minder as a neighbor. We just don't want him up there in our face when we bought our properties for the views, et cetera. Thank you for your consideration of our input on this.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Then the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Is there a response from the applicant that we can bring him back up?
Yeah, appreciate that. I just wanted to tell the homeowners, I believe everybody's I looked up the addresses, the community across the street. This is simply, there's no excessive raising. Their community was brought up 18 feet in that area. I'm simply getting up to grade where every utility needs to. I'm not coming up any higher than necessary from every utility due to drainage. That's the only reason. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe you're likely correct. I can have Public Works weigh in on this for us at a later date. But unfortunately, since the town board was canceled, we weren't able to hear the opposition from the neighbors and kind of better understand their concerns. And so it's great that we had the hearing today so that you won't have to come back at a future hearing. But what I'd like to do is move to continue it to the July meeting so that we can meet with the neighbors and better understand their concerns, to understand if there's any alternatives out there.
So you're moving to move this item to this meeting in July?
Yes.
Okay. That would be the 19th of July. So
and go back to the town board in the interim.
There would be an opportunity for this item to go back to the town board, have an evening meeting, and then it would be back here again on the 19th. And you'll get notice, the neighbors will get notice of the town board agenda and meeting and time and all of that. All right, there's a motion on the floor. If there's no other discussion, please cast your votes. And that motion carries, so you'll be before the town board before long.
They will go before the town board on June 7th. On June 27th.
June 27th, you'll be on the town board agenda. you'll get a notice about that.
Yeah, we already got notice about the 27th. The agenda came out yesterday. It was not on there. I would propose it would be the second Tuesday of July, which is the next scheduled one, not the June one that got delayed. I think we should be on the July evening.
That would be July 11th.
Correct.
So if you would, we can put it on that one as well.
Sure, either works.
Okay.
But if that's better.
It'll be on
for
July
the
11th.
opposition, that's great. Thank you.
So we're going to take that motion as if it were to, we're going to continue it in any case to the date that we indicated. The town board part was not a part of the motion. All right. Thank you.
The next item is item 11, AR 23400064, use permit second application for review to allow an on-site clients in conjunction with an existing home occupation at a single-family residence on 0.4 acres in an RD suburban estates residential zone, generally located on the west side of Rondonia Circle, 415 feet south of San Blas Drive, within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Dingee, D-I-N-G-E-E, and I am asking for permission to retain the permission that was granted due to the fact that I have happily complied with all restrictions and there has been no adverse or otherwise effects to the neighborhood in the over 2 years since this was granted.
Have you had communication with neighbors over the course of that time?
I have, yes.
Pardon me?
Yes, I have, sir.
And have there been additional complaints lodged with you over that time?
Complaints in the form of a lawsuit, yes.
Okay, but not in terms of new complaints or
No,
new
sir.
issues? All right. Thank you. This is a public hearing on item 11, which is now open. Anyone who wishes to speak is invited to come forward and indicate to us your comments.
Good morning. My name is Ricardo Hunter. I reside at 5506 Rondonia Circle, 89120. The last time I was here in front of you, I was opposed to this business in my residential area. I stand fast on that. It's a residential area. It is not for commercial, not for the business that she wants to set up. I will always be opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Sandra Britton, 5506 Rondonia Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89120. November 18th, 2021. None of us wanted this in this particular area. The attorney at that particular time, when I presented CCRs, which was related to exclusively residential area, he stated the only way that this could be adjudicated was for me to go to court. I went to court the first time because of arbitration. We're an independent unit. We don't have an HOA or anything like that. You're independent. So I went through arbitration that lasted 10 minutes because they kept saying they didn't have CCRs, which they did because I gave them to them. But anyway, I ended up in district court, filed my case and everything. They were extremely delayed, but the whole point of it is the case was proceeding as appropriate. And then they pulls out the res justicata, which is not appropriate for yours, Proposition 90, or 19 for Henderson. Henderson said it best, just like the attorney. We do not deal with them. It is up to the people. I got in court. I ended up, I got a chance to amend my complaint. Their attorney kept saying futile, vicious. They're just vicious and very negligent in their own. I can say that now because I've gone through the case. But in the end, my case got dismissed because when it came time for me to amend my complaint, it was stated in the proposed that plaintiff causes of action for one, breach of CCNRs and permanent injunction are barred under the doctrines of res judicata, collateral estoppel, and defendant's absolute litigation privilege. Mind you, I was representing myself. I'd done all the reading I could. This is a lie. The judge let this go. And so I disagreed on a proposal. I've sent a copy of this. Did you get it?
We have it.
Okay. And it kept, up to that point, I was going. I knew they were afraid because once I got in there, I was going to use the proper NRSs. And so my case was dismissed without prejudice on the basis of this. This is illegal, what was done. And I did finally get an attorney who was willing to do an appeal. But then I thought about it for a week. He said, that'll cost tens of thousands, but you'll get it. He knew everything about it. But for them to get there and unfairly, they brought their attorney in as a gangster. He wasn't there to figure out the right and wrong. This was not criminal. This was civil, us protecting the integrity of our neighborhood. And I was told to do this, and I even intimated that by the views and so forth. And I'm asking you to take a look. These documents you want to see, they were submitted directly to the judge, and I was shocked because it was submitted on the 19th, and it wasn't, and I'm sitting there, it wasn't considered, because I even said, did you consider me, my objection? They did consider my objection when it came to paying attorney fees. The court came through for me on that. So that's what I'm saying. They intentionally did this, and it intentionally indicates they know. And I know their attorney told them that, because why would he start with that?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, here. These are documents you will not see.
We'll ask someone to take that from you right there.
Yeah. And I even contacted Attorney General, and I even had the
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anna Galaza, 5454 Ramillet
Would you put
Road.
that down and line it up right with yes? Thank you. With your
Anna
mouth.
Galaza, 5454 Ramillet Road. I am here with a no vote for Ms. Dingy for the simple reason she lied to the board on our last meeting when she brought up Arlene McMinn and made that poor old lady, which is her client / patient, and lie and say she was her mother. They are just associates. And furthermore, during our very first meeting, you granted her basically a stay where she could conduct her business. And with that being said, she couldn't afford the rent. That's why she wanted to do the business out of her home. Well, being that she is involved with mental health with her patients / clients, I'm hearing conversations in the backyard and not within the confines of her home. And when you do this, that's in violation of the HIPAA Act. And she complained that the rent was too high, the walls are too thin, I want to make it a home setting. Well, if you want to make it a home setting, why aren't you going to your client's house? So if the board, appreciates people lying to them, that isn't right either. Then there's no integrity for this entire board if they accept lies from a person. So my answer is no, and I have a lot of other people who live in the neighborhood who are screaming, we don't want it. And now I've just heard from another neighbor, she wants to increase her client base, meaning more traffic in the neighborhood. And a lot of my elderly neighbors are very nervous when they see strange cars speeding up and down and then slowing down and checking, people's houses out because they don't know what's going through their mind. And again, dealing with mental health patients, if she was renting a space, there would be security. There is no security at her house in case one of these people decide to go postal, per se. That's about it. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? The public hearing is closed. Would you please come back up to the microphone, Ms. Dingy? In a week, how many patients do you see at your home?
About less than 20.
Okay. and you're complying fully with every requirement that we imposed upon you. We put limitations on parking and the number of people at a time and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And we're not, issues that relate to HIPAA violations are not something that we have any authority over. We know what HIPAA is about as well as anybody else in the building, but beyond that, we don't.
Conversations in my backyard are with friends and family, sir.
And your commitment is to continue to comply with the limitations that we imposed upon you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then at this time, I'm prepared to move that we approve the application in front of us and that we remove the review. So just go forward and you keep complying and things will be fine.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any discussion on my motion? Please cast your votes. The motion carries. Thank you for being here today. Next item.
Next are items 53, 54, and 55, which we will hear with items 88, 89, and 90, which will move forward. Item 53, ZC 230262, zone change to reclassify 6.1 acres from an RE rural estates residential zone to an R2 medium density residential zone. Waivers of development standards to increase wall height. Design reviews for the following: a single-family residential development, finished grade within the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the north side of Patrick Lane and the west side of Cimarron Road within Spring Valley. Item 54, VS 230263, vacate and abandon a portion of a right-of-way being Oquenda Road located between Tomsick Street and Cimarron Road, a portion of Cimarron Road located between Oquenda Road and Patrick Lane, and a portion of a right-of-way being Patrick Lane, located between Tomsick Street and Cimarron Road within Spring Valley. And item 55, TM 23500071, tentative map consisting of 47 lots and common lots on 6.1 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone. Then 88, item 88, ZC 230204, zone change to reclassify 3.2 acres from a PF public facility zone to an R2 medium density residential zone, waiver of development standards to reduce street intersection offset, design reviews for the following: single family residential development, finished grade within the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the northwest corner of Oquenda Road and Cimarron Road within Spring Valley. Item 89, VS 230205, vacate and abandon a portion of a right-of-way being Cimarron Road, located between Quail Avenue and Oquenda Road, and a portion of a right-of-way being Oquenda Road located between Cimarron Road and Tomsick Street alignment within Spring Valley. And item 90, TM 23500058, tentative map consisting of 24 single-family residential lots and common lots on 3.2 acres.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Celeste.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Pulte Homes, for all 6 of the applications that were read into the record. I greatly appreciate you pulling these together and having them all heard together. I think when you see the two items together, along with a little bit of history of the area, you can see the puzzle completed, and I think makes a lot more sense. Just a little background, you can see right here I have labeled Phase 3. That phase was approved by this board about 6 weeks ago, R2 development for Pulte Homes. We have Phase 1 and Phase 2, which are on your agenda. Phase 2 are the items that were on consent. That's 53, 54, and 55. Phase 1 are the items that have been pulled up, 88, 89, and 90. Here you can see the developments as they will all interact together. Again, this is Phase 3 to the west that was approved about 6 weeks ago. Here is Phase 2. Phase 2 is, again, items 53, 54, and 55 is located on the south side of Patrick, the east side or the west side of Cimarron, and south of Oquendo. It's a 47-lot single-family subdivision accessed off Cimarron, 2 large cul-de-sacs on the north and the south with open space area. We appreciate staff's recommendation and approval of this, as well as Spring Valley Town Boards. Items 88, 89, and 90 is the proposed subdivision immediately to the north on the north side of Oquendo, the south side of the Quail Alignment, and west side of Cimarron. We are proposing a total of 24 homes on about 3.2 acres. One of the issues that arose with respect to this is the location of our proposed entrance here. We have a waiver to provide offset from the proposed location of this entrance to the intersection of Oquendo and Cimarron. We had contemplated moving the entrance off of Cimarron, but we think this entrance where we're having it is better. If we were to remove it and place it off Cimarron, what it would create is basically one cul-de-sac and a substreet. We don't think that would look as good, and we think actually the location of it is fine for three primary reasons. One, Cimarron Road will dead end or turn into an elbow and turn into Quail heading east. It does not go farther north. The reason it will not go farther north is because immediately north of Phase 1 site is a regional detention basin. You can see Phase 2 and Phase 3 is bisected by a drainage channel that will empty into this detention basin here. Number two, I think what was very important why we combined these items at town board so that town board could see is that the development to the south here will not have any access, vehicular access to Oquendo Road. So that eliminates any type of conflicting traffic heading from this development onto Oquendo. And number three, Oquendo itself is going to be a lightly trafficked road. So for those three reasons, we do believe this design is best. And I think when you see all three, especially Phase 1 and Phase 2 and how they interact, it does make sense. We appreciate Spring Valley Town Board's recommendation of approval on this. We agree with all the staff recommendations or all the if approved conditions on that. With that, more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there people here to speak on 53, 54, 55, 88, 89, and 90? Is there anyone here? If you would raise your hand. Just to be clear, we're hearing all of these items together. This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak is invited to come forward. There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval. I agree because Cimarron does elbow to the north. The waiver makes sense. Move for approval of items 53, 54, 55, 88, 89, and 90.
There's a motion on the floor. If there's no discussion, please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next is item 61, ORD 239000203, receive a report on the Transform Clark County Development Code rewrite and direct staff accordingly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Testing? Good?
Yeah.
If the booth can put on the overhead, not the overhead, but the presentation, thank you.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you again. Matt Goebel and Jenny Baker from Clarion Associates. We've been working with you all on the Transform Clark County project. Pleased to be here this morning at an important milestone as we're starting to get near the very end of this important project. This presentation is really to present the adoption version of the draft and give you an opportunity to find out what we've been up to and ask questions at this important stage. The presentation is brief. We did want to just put it in context, though. We're going to talk primarily about the development code and the new Title 30, but we wanted to talk, first of all, just about the overall project, Transform Clark County. It's been a multi-year effort. We started this back at the beginning of 2020 with you all, and now we're moving very close to the end stages. We've got two very important products that came out of this effort, the Transform Clark County Master Plan, started back in 2020 and which you all adopted in November of 2021. And now the Development Code, the new Title 30, which is a major comprehensive rewrite of your land use regulations, anticipated to be considered by you for adoption in August with an effective date of January 1st, 2024. And we'll talk more about that later in this presentation. Throughout this overall Transform Clark County project, we've had a lot of public engagement.
We've heard from a lot of different folks. We've had various surveys along the way. We've had over 4,700 responses. You can see there, 125 online and in-person meetings. 700 plus folks have attended the meetings. 3,800 plus project information emails distributed. So a lot of times that we've reached out to the community to get feedback. This is for both the master plan and Title 30. This slide is just about Title 30, and this is just about some of the engagement that we've done on this piece. When we kicked this off to find out what people thought and what they wanted to see in a new code, we got 500 plus responses. Every time we've rolled out new material, working with staff, we've had a series of meetings with the town boards and with you all and with the planning commission and with the general public. So every time we've rolled something out, we've had 10 plus meetings on each installment. The staff has been constantly available at the counter, just answering a lot of detailed questions. What might this mean for my property? What might this mean for, X neighborhood? A lot of different visits to the website. You can see just in the past 30 days there, over 450 responses. We've done a lot of general email notifications every time something has gone out. So our email list right now is over 1,200 people getting notice about all these milestones. And then finally, we've rolled out that online commenting tool, and people have used this really well. So we've actually put drafts of the new code online, and people have been able to go in and put specific comments about what they like, what they'd like to see changed. And just on the last consolidated draft, we got over 200 comments using that tool. So a lot of folks have been engaged. We've really tried to cast a broad net in getting people's feedback. Just a little bit more about the calendar for Title 30. Remember that we started this back in 2021 with that code assessment document, which summarized where we wanted to go, the big ideas. We moved forward with drafting the code. All the different lines on this slide are just the different installments that we released. Again, we're moving forward with the presentation of this code now in June of 2023. There will be additional stakeholder meetings in July, and the goal is to consider this at adoption hearings in August, again with an effective date of January 1st. And we'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the presentation. With that, we just wanted to talk a little bit about the substance of the code. And you all have seen this before. We've talked about this at many meetings, so we're not going to hit you with everything. But Jenny and I just wanted to hit you with some of the substantive highlights of what we really thought was new and distinctive about the code. We laid out the roadmap back in the code assessment. And we were really looking at trying to improve Title 30 in a variety of ways. Y'all's current Title 30 was last comprehensively updated in 2000. It's gotten to be a big document. It's over 670 pages, I think. It's a challenging document to use. It's been amended many times. There's a lot of repetition in there. Everyone we talked to said, what can you do to make this a simpler document to use and understand? It also just didn't really reflect a lot of the new planning ideas that were introduced in the master plan process. The whole focus on sustainability, the whole focus on protecting neighborhoods. You don't have those tools in the current Title 30. And so the new Title 30, I think, first of all, just from a user-friendly point of view, addresses a lot of those concerns. We've tried to work with you all to make it cleaner, more logically organized, better illustrated, shorter. We're down to 370 pages as opposed to 670 pages. It's got much less repetition. There's more illustrations. There's more graphics. It's written in a way that should be more accessible to more people. It should be more flexible to adapt to future changes, to unanticipated circumstances. And so the intent is that this will be a living document, but it's a better, stronger, more flexible foundation to add to in the future. The user-friendly piece, I mentioned that, but just on the left-hand side of the slide is a good example of how your current code is organized. You've got a lot of these really hyper-detailed tables, which have a lot of repetition from table to table. A lot of this stuff is repeated throughout the code, and that format that you've landed in has led to a really challenging code to use. And we've tried to replace it with things like you see on the right, with a simpler, more clean presentation of a sample zoning district there, more tables, more illustrations, things like that. So we've gotten a lot of good feedback just on the organization and format of the code and how it's easier to use. But let's talk a little bit about the substance. And we just wanted to run through some of the big ideas in terms of the substantive improvements in Title 30.
Great. My name is Jenny Baker. Good morning, Commissioners.
I will talk to you about some things that we've talked about before, but we are emphasizing them today because they are, we think, some of the most important changes to the code that will make it easier. But starting before that, one of the reasons for undertaking this project after the master plan was adopted, so that the two things occurred together, was to make sure that the code could support accomplishing the goals and the vision of the master plan. So what you're looking at here is a future land use map for Winchester and Paradise. And each area of the county has one of these where it says, here's where this kind of land use is appropriate. Here's where another kind is appropriate. I know it's a little tough to read here, but the different colors indicate different uses. And the way those came out in the plan didn't align at all anymore, or it didn't align well with what is in the current code. And so one of the big efforts here was to make sure that the new zoning districts and land uses supported accomplishing what the master plan shows in terms of future land use. And there are other things in the code that will help to accomplish that as well. The development standards will help to make sure that certain goals related to sustainability and connectivity also are supported through the code to accomplish the plan goals. So that's one really important thing that is not, detail by detail, but it is a good way that the two go together and one can help to accomplish the other. Residential neighborhood protection is something that we heard a lot about throughout this process, through the plan and through the code. One particularly important thing was the RNP areas. Right now, the only protection for those areas really is that there are large lot sizes. So if something shows up next door that's incompatible, really what they're relying on is just that the lot is large, so it's not right there. But what this code has are rural neighborhood protections, residential neighborhood protections. There is, as you're probably aware, a residential adjacency section. So that talks about if something shows up next door to a residential district or lot, there are certain standards it has to meet, and that can be separation, it can be limitations on height, it can be requirements for buffering, so that can be a fence or some landscaping, but basically it says more specifically, and this isn't just RNPs, it's anywhere, that if something that is non-residential shows up next to that residential, it builds in some protections for those residential lots. We've talked to you before about parking. We've mentioned that a few years ago the county did some studies to see if parking was being overprovided in certain instances, and in fact it was. So starting from there, we took a look at the base requirements now, and we made some reductions. They're not drastic. It doesn't reduce it, 75%, but in most instances, the base minimum parking requirement has been reduced maybe 15 to 25%. Additionally, there's a maximum parking for non-residential uses. So if a project believes that they need more than 125% of that minimum, it will come for approval. So that's not automatic anymore, that you can just put as much parking as you like. There are additionally numerous options for flexibility. So if somebody thinks that their development is not going to require as much parking as the minimum, there are options that they can choose to ask for less. Shared parking between two sites with different hours. Proximity to transit, and there are a number of other things defined in there. They can ask to reduce the minimum parking requirement if they can demonstrate that it would still be adequate. An important thing is the addition of EV parking standards. As the use of EV cars expands, the need to support them is increasing, and so you have in this code specific standards for the number and how many EV spaces need to be installed for the different uses. Building design is something that is much more clear and objective in this code that we believe than in the current one. The current one has tables where things are often described as you have to do something that's compatible or that's similar. And that means a lot of different things to different people. So what this code does instead is clearly says when these standards are going to apply and gives a menu of options for how to comply. So the person who's doing the development isn't told you have to do these 3 things. There's a menu of 6 or 8 and you have to choose 3 that would fit in with the project. So it both increases the specific design standards that someone has to meet, but offers flexibility in doing so. Open space is new. It is very common in most communities for certain developments to have that open space built in, and so this this adoption version of Title 30 specifies when it needs to be provided and how much. It's typically for multifamily and other larger developments, not single-family developments and mixed use. There are certain ways it can be provided that are specified: plazas, gardens, amenity zones in mixed-use development. And so those things are more clearly specified than they had been in the past. Sustainability is another new emphasis in this adoption version. As we've talked to you about before, there is a points system, and a development has to meet a certain minimum number of points. Again, there's some flexibility how you do it. You can do certain landscaping, renewable energy, cool roofs, but there are a number of things that have to be chosen to meet the minimum points. If someone chooses to go above that, there are some bonuses that they can receive, density bonuses and other things.
A question.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you actually go back to the slide before, because I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So did you say that open space wasn't specific to residential but more focused on the multifamily? Is that what I heard you said?
So the common open space requirements apply to multifamily, they apply to manufactured home developments, RV parks, and mixed use, and there may be one other thing, but a single family subdivision, it doesn't apply that they have to do that in that instance. So it's mainly like multiple residential development instances.
So is that, and I'm asking because y'all are looking at me like I'm crazy, but what if there's some neighborhoods where you want the trails to be contiguous, or you want some of that? I mean, we don't have a lot of space left for parks anymore, so I don't remember kind of wanting to go down that direction, but I'm one person, but I don't, in my district, you're going to do some open space, but I don't want to, I just never heard that conversation.
So one other component that Jenny didn't mention also was a PUD. So if you're coming in for a plan unit development and you're doing a unique design, whether it be townhomes and that sort of thing, we also require some semblance of open space. In addition, we do have a trail plan. So if someone comes in with a development that's adjacent to that, they're going to be required to provide that trail or provide that connectivity. So it's not an all or nothing type situation, but generally we want to make sure that we have specific boundaries for our open space, because a lot of times you will note that open space is being called out and it's a strip of landscaping that can't be used for anything. So we're trying to be more specific as to what open space should be.
But to be clear, we can condition an application with some open space if there are good reasons to do it. It's not as though we can't do that.
No, not at all. And as you do today, there's a lot of developments that are coming in the Southwest that open space, such as trails, or if they're taking advantage of density that includes a power line easement, the requirement is going to be that they're going to put a trail section or some sort of open space, as opposed to just leaving the power line easement open. So that has always been an option, and we will continue to work with applicants and work with the board to make sure that those options are included in the development. We just want to be more specific when there is required open space. We don't want the open space to be not usable, not an amenity, something that is not helpful for the neighborhood that is being created.
Well, for me, I just hope that, because, on that first, and it was messy on how to read it and figure it out, but sometimes there was information that was pertinent so that they knew. It wasn't just us. You might have health district roles. You might have all these other districts. I just hope that there's a may in there that may require additional open space. I mean, I get it for multifamily manufactured homes and all that, but I mean, you don't to do a nice planned subdivision, you want some type of open space.
I understand, and we'll go back and look and make sure that that is included.
Okay.
Thank you, Jenny. Go ahead.
Okay, last thing, signs. The signs section is significantly different in the adoption version than it is in the current version. There are a lot of improvements there. One thing is that each sign type is defined, and as you can see on the bottom of this slide, there is a table. So whatever the sign type is, all of the standards are in that one place. So at one glance, if you want to put up your monument sign, you can see what zoning district is it permitted in. You can see what's the area, how many you can have, and any other things that apply, illumination, other requirements, whatever that may be. There's some flexibility built into this section. There are larger allowances to start with so that you may see fewer waivers, and there are other ways to ask for flexibility. As I mentioned, each sign type is defined. Those definitions include a lot of illustrations and photos to make it more clear what a sign type means. There's a section on standard signs versus specialty signs. And the last thing is that the procedures for how to get a sign approved are more detailed in this version. In the current code, it doesn't really say much about how you are going to get your sign permit approved, but this version does say that.
And that's really the last topic that we wanted to highlight for you specifically.
Just while you're still on
Commissioner
sign.
Knapp, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. While you're on the sign slide, so do you delineate between animated and static?
We do. Each sign type has a little table like you see on the bottom of the slide there, and those are given distinctive tables.
So is there consideration on the fully animated signs for traffic patterns nearby?
I think that's this sign type here on the slide, yes, and I think there is. We don't have the full standards here.
Okay, so in other words, fully animated signs along heavily trafficked area would be a consideration.
Very much so. You could only do those fully animated signs in very limited circumstances to begin with. I think the CR district is one.
CR being the resort district.
Commercial resort.
They didn't modify the restrictions that we have today.
Thank you.
I think that's what you were asking.
And Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, sorry. I'm trying to remember back from our last meeting, I thought you would probably update us on the sidewalk thing, because we didn't really have that ironed out, the sidewalks, the DJAT sidewalks.
I have lots of questions if we're on general
Okay.
stuff. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just trying to make sure we don't lose touch with some of the things. I want to be sure before we go out to put it out to the public.
So, not really knowing where you're going next, is this the right time to, or do you have some explanation?
No, this will be fine. We actually just have like 3 more slides just to talk about the mechanics of the adoption process and next steps.
Why don't we do that? Let's finish your presentation, and we've got a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Knapp, you can.
One thing we wanted to emphasize with this presentation is that while there's been a lot of work done here, there's new material, the material you have has been updated. This is by no means, going to be final. Moving forward, you're still going to want to look at new projects and new ways to adjust the code to changing circumstances. We recognize very much that it's a living document. It is in every community. Hopefully, it's a more flexible foundation that's easier to modify in the future. This slide is just identifying some of the things that we know will be looked at as potential changes in the future. Some things you've already got underway, such as the planning and the new regulations for the stadium district, the tiny home regulations based on compliance with state law. Some things like that are already underway, and they'll be calling for code amendments probably in the next couple of years. Thinking about the administration of that tree fund, that's a new tool that you have, that's going to require potentially some additional work internally. Always moving forward. As we get to the end of the legislative session, there could be things that your attorney's office and your staff think may require changes to the code as well. So that's all underway. You're also just going to have additional new policy priorities, and that's just what the examples are at the bottom of this slide. We've already heard that there is interest in maybe additional regulations for dark skies in non-urban areas, ag regulations for animals. We introduced that new neighborhood protection overlay district, and it's specifically for the RNPs in this document, but we've already heard that there is additional interest in using that NPO in other places as well. And so that might be additional work that is coming up in the future. So just to illustrate that this is a foundation, and additional work is always being considered. So final slide. Post-adoption, again, the anticipation right now is that there will be an adoption hearing in August, effective date of January 1st, 2024. The strategy that you all have worked out is that applications can be submitted under the new code once it's adopted, even prior to that effective date. But no decision would be taken on such applications until the new code is effective. So somebody could come in and say, I want to apply under the new code, and you could hear that, but the decision wouldn't be effective until the first part of 2024. Applications will still be processed under the existing code until the end of the year, until that effective date, unless the applicant elects to be reviewed under the new code. So a bit of a hybrid situation, and this is not unusual. We've seen this before. A lot of times people like the new code. It provides more flexibility or more opportunity, and they want to take advantage of that. So you're letting them do that. You're letting them have the choice of the existing code versus the new code. Finally, the staff is definitely committed to workshops, educational workshops for the town board members, for the general public, for the industry, anyone that wants to learn more about the new code. What are the big changes from the current Title 30? I think that's going to be an open-ended process where the staff is really just working to educate the public about all the opportunities under the new code. So I think that's our last slide. Just wanted to emphasize that adoption is not the final step. And with that, questions?
All right. So Commissioner Knapp, you've got a few.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Commissioner Kirkpatrick kind of teed up where I was heading. If we could just have an extended conversation really around on-site circulation and what has changed with requirements for pedestrian realms on site, on private property. I think that's page 164 that covers it. But specifically, my issue under current code is we allow for things like paint and striping, striped crosswalks. So you typically have a situation where the public sidewalk just ends when you enter a shopping center or commercial center. How does the current code or the update to Title 30 address that?
I'm going to need to grab my hard copy just so I don't misspeak, but I think generally speaking, the intent is that the on-site circulation system is intended to connect all the major pedestrian access points on that site. So major doorways to major buildings.
Your definition of that, though, is not paint on the asphalt. It's curbing or protected sidewalk or something substantial.
There's a list of techniques that can be used, and I would want to look at my hard copy just to make sure that...
Commissioner Knapp, to answer your question, one of the methods in identifying these walkways or pathways and crosswalks is changing a paving material, pattern, and color, but not painting the material. So we wouldn't allow painting of material, but we would want, again, a change in material type, material patterns, but not just simply painting these pathways.
Okay. And then I guess in that same section, I'm looking at item 2, section I, sidewalks. Minimum 5-foot wide sidewalks shall be provided on both sides of all public streets in accordance with Title 30. Why didn't we specify detached?
So what we have done differently from what we have today, so currently right now, attached and detached sidewalk requirements are outside of the Public Works Development Standards. And so what we've done, because sidewalks are a component of the right-of-way in some cases, and in other cases, they're a component of the street type. So we had moved those sidewalks to that section of when attached and detached are required, and that's 0408C5. That's when attached and detached sidewalks are identified to be required. So instead of having different sections speak to when and where they're required, we condensed it to one section, and that's where the requirement for attached and detached sidewalks resides now.
And in addition to that, we also have certain areas where you might want an enhanced sidewalk, more than just that 5-foot. Mm-hmm. And the code identified the mixed-use districts as the place where that was the best opportunity, where that was really the most important. And so you can see on page 174, there's some enhanced sidewalk requirements for those areas. And that can be a platform moving forward. You might want to expand those enhanced sidewalk requirements to other places in the future. But for right now, the baseline is that 5-foot that you have, as Ms. Rial mentioned.
And I'll jump in on that because I know that Commissioner Kirkpatrick is looking for wider than 5 feet. So we made sure that that is the minimum standard, and we made it clear that that is the minimum standard. If they come in for an application for X, something on North Hollywood, shall we say, and there needs to be a larger sidewalk, that is going to be at the discretion of the board. And because we made it a minimum standard and we are clear throughout the code that these are minimum standards, realize that the Board of County Commissioners can require greater than this. That's where we think you're covered with the wider sidewalks, because they making it a minimum. There's some places that 5-foot detached are perfect, but there are some places where you need a lot wider, and I understand that as well.
Anything? Okay, you're good. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know one of the things that has come up is townhomes, and in other jurisdictions, they do have separate sections for townhomes, and it certainly, as we're looking to fill that missing middle piece of things, and as our developers are trying to figure out how to get people into homes for less than $400,000, I don't know that we need to have a long discussion today, but definitely know that's something that I want to understand a little better as to why we wouldn't be a little more flexible to make sure that folks can get into that type of product.
And if I can interject in that is the reason that we've totally, I guess you could say, annihilated our old PUD section. When folks came in for townhomes, they would come in for waivers of everything. And what we're saying is, show us a project. And this townhouse development, you get this approved, these are your standards. And then the next one is, these are going to be your standards. So it's more flexible, but they have to also show us a little more design, maybe a little more open space, that sort of thing.
But I guess I don't understand, like why is it that townhouses are different than a single family residential district in terms of requiring a PUD?
Commissioner Jones, I would say that they're not in the sense that our zoning districts allow for attached and detached housing. Some districts say that detached is appropriate, some say that attached may be appropriate, and that's when we would require a special use permit, and then others say that attached single-family development is appropriate and doesn't require any type of special use permit. We have a wide variety of attached products, attached single-family products. They could be cluster homes. They could be townhome product that actually has larger driveways where there's alleys in the back and serve more as a quasi single-family development. And then we have a lot of the townhome products that we see that are really compact, very little driveways, very little pathways, more of a multi-family type of feel. And so because of the wide variety that we have with townhomes, instead of having a townhome zoning district, a specific zoning district for townhomes, or townhome rules and regulations that apply to maybe some of the townhomes, but then the other townhome products would have to waive it just by virtue of their design. The idea was to create standards that could apply to any attached single-family development, but if those standards didn't meet their intended design or their goal on what they wanted to achieve within their community, then they could do a planned unit development, and that planned unit development is what they would use to establish their driveway lengths, to their setbacks, their lot sizes, and then we would look at it on the merits of that to say, is that an appropriate development for this site, this area? So understanding what we were hearing from the home builders, that our current PUD standards didn't allow for townhome products and our current development standards didn't allow for townhome products. Really what we look at is we look at it as, and it's an attached housing product. It's a single family attached housing product. And again, recognizing that we have a variety of different types of products and proposals. We heard we want more flexibility, we want this, so that's why we created a plan unit development section that doesn't have design guidelines in it. Again, the PUD is intended to be used so they could establish their design guidelines.
Okay, thanks. And then I just want to confirm back to the open space discussion. This does not modify the negotiated development agreement opportunities that we currently have.
No, it does not.
Okay. All right.
We raised the question on the townhomes a month ago or a month and a half ago when we met. So we're still talking about a boatload of waivers. Or are we able to, with the PUD, just fill in the blanks? And then, okay, that was what I took away from that conversation, but now maybe I confused myself.
There honestly is a confusion in how others might be reading the code and how the code is written. It's a new concept. It's a new way of looking at things. If you go to a lot of the jurisdictions, again, go back to the East Coast because I'm from the East Coast, you'll see actual binders, and I think even in Southern California, you'll see binders of this PUD, and these are their design standards, and this is how they were approved. They didn't go through a whole bunch of waivers, but they created their own design, and they need to adhere to their own design, but it's a lot more flexible than what we have now, because as you see, when we have townhomes coming in now, they need waivers of everything.
Yeah. Okay, and then finally, we talked a little bit about effective date. So let's say we get an application that comes in and is in the queue, but has not been yet determined, and there are things that need to be resolved that goes well past the 1st of January. If the application is filed, then I assume the standards that were in place at the time would apply.
That's correct, unless the applicant wants to opt into the new code, because there might be some advantages.
Right. Just for clarity, all right. Are there other questions? Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, I just had a couple, and I really like the thought of the PUD. You know, PUDs actually started in North Las Vegas because it was so unique on how to do it. Then we tried to do the MUD, which didn't work out so well for us. But because there are so, and especially for older neighborhoods trying to fit back in, at least a few of us up here have, where there's empty lots next to an existing townhome product, and how do you make that work? And I've had to do several where there's more waivers than on the 3-acre parcel than are necessary, so I'm good for that. There was, and I know that we have a list of the concerns that the home builders had again this time, and I've been through the list, and I don't see any that are overbearing, you know what I mean? So the cul-de-sac prohibition under the RMP replace, I don't understand why that's an issue. So if we go through them, when we have this open presentation, will people again be able to give more comments? Will they, and then what will we do with those? Because there's some pieces that I want to look at in some of my very outlying areas that have even further outlying areas to allow some uses. And so when does the public comment, if we have to adopt it in August, does that stop in July?
Well, right now, as was noted, it is open, and then we have July 10th and July 17th. I'm announcing them officially. We're having public meetings. One will be at Russell Road, and one will be here. So
at what
that,
time?
I think
It's not that far yet.
I haven't. I have the rooms reserved. We were just waiting to get through this, and then we will send out the flyer and let everyone know they don't need to come to both. They can come to one or the other, but we're going to have an open discussion, go through sections, and hear what they have to say, take everything down, and then we will actually give you that feedback as well.
All right. Did you have anything more?
No, so we just will, I'll have time to add some additional things.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Absolutely. And the only thing, and I'm saying this so my district attorney hears, we have to be cognizant if we're going to add things that are going to be more constraining, then we might have to introduce it because it was introduced once. If we provide for a little more flexibility, then that can be read into the record and it can be changed before the public hearing. Am I correct, Rob?
That's correct. If we're going to make clarifications, or if we're going to make something that's less constraining, then we don't have to reintroduce, but there may be things that are more constraining and might have to reintroduce or come back with a follow-up ordinance to make that amendment. So.
Okay, well, and so the last piece of it is we had talked when we started this process, and give Commissioner Jones a shout out because I started it when we got here and then it got too hard, but he followed it through, so thanks for getting it going. So the thing is, we talked about for the older neighborhoods that we would go and do a similar project. When would that be on the agenda?
That's one of our follow-up. We were talking about in your and Commissioner Sager-Bloom's and Commissioner McCurdy's district to have I came up with a really cool name for it, and I absolutely forgot what it was. Re-envision, I think it was. Something to that effect. But we were going to try to figure out a way to provide even more flexibility in those older areas.
No, that would be great, because then we could at least work towards more grants and different things to kind of change the older neighborhoods and to repurpose them, right? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sager-Bloom.
Thank you. So under the ordinance, or just under this ordinance, would you be able to do a townhouse like you have in DC, where you would have the bottom floor would be like an independent apartment that the owner could rent, and then the top 2 or 3 would be owner occupied?
You could, but we also have a live-work dwelling that also, I think, would cover that situation that you're describing. Live-work dwelling could be a commercial space or some kind of working space on the first floor and residential above.
Or it could be on the first floor, you could have a accessory apartment, and then the other floors would be your townhome. And that's allowed today, but yes, you could do that.
Generally speaking, we try to be much more expansive in the different types of residential uses that are allowed.
Commissioner Miller.
As I read the current exemptions that apply to special events, those seem to be limited to existing parks and schools and public facilities. Was there any consideration given to expanding it so that you would allow for public exemption for special events on all government property, notably like county parking lot?
If the board so pleases and directs us to do that, we could expand it to all public or all county properties as opposed to just parks.
Sure, I'd like for at least that to be considered. I don't know if other board members have an opinion on that one.
Good. Well, this is a meeting where they need to receive some direction from us. So
well, it makes sense to me that we could use a parking lot. I don't see why you would limit it.
Is that something, are you looking forward or backward? All right.
I guess any other. The second question applies to how are we dealing with sidewalks in the rural neighborhoods? I know that we currently are asking for waivers, but there's some in the Northwest, for example, where we explicitly don't want sidewalks so that we can preserve the equestrian trails and the like. How's that dealt with in the code?
It's going to be the same. They're going to have to come in and request, since we don't have a specific rural standard today, they have to come in and request the waivers, and we're going to look for connectivity. We've worked with Commissioner Kirkpatrick to make sure there's connectivity for equestrian trails. We have also in your district worked to make sure equestrian trails were preserved. We do have them in our trail documents, so it'll continue that same way until we come up with some rural standards. And the problem that we have today with rural standards is that we have our rural districts, in fact, all commissioners have areas that are rural districts. They're so different, and they have different needs. They have different stormwater management issues. They have different needs for the sidewalks or the trails and that sort of thing. It's hard to come up with just one standard. So that's something that we've been talking about working on in the future.
Thank you. Other questions? Any other direction? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for helping us through this process. It has been a long one. So we appreciate the board for all your input.
Sorry, may I ask one more question? It just came to me real fast. So I'm thinking of SB 92 that passed for the open air markets. Is that considered within our code as allowable use, or is it a special use? I'm just trying to.
We're trying to make it business license issue.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
We can't wait to see the resolution.
I can't wait, but they're going to be in neighborhoods. I mean, that is what was passed.
Our concern goes back to we have we may have food vendors. And Marilyn, you know, you have one at the corner of Rainbow and Grand Teton that is there every week. Our concern is having them come in and park on pristine lots and creating dust and having those kind of problems. And then they're in the right of way, and then it becomes an air quality problem. So we're going to have to also work that out, because although they're allowed, we have to also make sure they comply with some of our federal regulations as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a comment. I'm not sure if they're going to be back, the Denver people, but having met with the home builders, they were 99% positive about what you've accomplished, which is pretty amazing, because you never make those guys happy. So thank you.
And they don't make us happy, so we're all even on this one. All right, let's go to our agenda. Items 62, 63, and 64 can be heard together. They're all parking lots for the Raiders. Item 62, AR 23-40044, waiver of development standards, first application for review for the following: eliminate street landscaping, eliminate parking lot landscaping, reduce setbacks, and require trash enclosure. Design review for a parking lot on 2.3 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone, generally located on the south side of Diablo Drive, 355 feet east of Wynn Road within Paradise. Item 63, AR 23-40046, use permit first application for review for parking lot, waivers of development standards for the following: eliminate street landscaping, eliminate parking lot landscaping, reduce setbacks, increase fence height, require trash enclosure. Design review for a parking lot on 1.9 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment AE60 zone, generally located on the north side of Hacienda Avenue and the west side of Dean Martin Drive within Paradise. And item 64, WS 230238, waivers of development standards for the following: reduce street landscaping, eliminate parking lot landscaping, reduce setbacks, trash enclosure. Design review for parking lot on 0.7 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone and an M1 light manufacturing AE60 zone, generally located on the north side of Dewey Drive, 287 feet west of Polaris Avenue within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Don Burnett, 12125 Los Arroyos, Las Vegas, 89138, here today representing the LV Stadium Events Company, and continuing the conversation that we had back in November of 2022 when we had 8 off-site stadium parking lots that were before the board for entitlement approvals. 6 of the 8, as you may recall, were approved at the time with the corresponding waivers that came with the submission. 2 are requested to be held for an application review of period 6 months. And as you might recall, that was to afford us an opportunity to see if we couldn't seek an extension to leases that were set to expire. And as a point of reference, those 2 lots are here. I'm happy to report this morning that we were successful in securing extensions to both leases. However, like the remaining 6 sites that you approved back in November, the extensions for both sites remain of a relatively short-term nature. The extension that we secured for what we refer to as Lot N was extended to July of 2025, and the extension that we secured for Lot Z was even shorter, July of 2024. And as you might recall, much of the conversation that we had back in November centered on the waiver petition that we submitted for street-facing landscaping and trying to find a way to balance the need to provide for that need with the fact that we're sitting on short-term leases that, we're under no expectation that they're going to turn into long-term assets. As you also might recall, at that meeting, I had, to provide some continuation to your previous conversation, the preceding item, LV Stadium Events Company had offered to essentially serve as a pilot project for what your consultant referred to as a tree fund by making a financial contribution for a number of the 6 sites that were before you that were short-term in nature. That's reflected. I brought a copy of one of the NOFAs from that meeting, where it's the first bullet, where the condition was to make a financial contribution, working with staff to determine the amount based on code requirements and then some cost analysis that your staff had prepared to come up with a cost that would be equivalent of providing, I think it's referred to as street landscaping trees. And I'm happy to report that that has happened, that we have made that contribution. And then going back to this item, as I mentioned, because our extensions, again, remain of a very short-term nature, I guess what I'm asking the board this morning is to treat these two items the same way that the board treated the remaining items that were before you in November, and allow us to make a second financial contribution to your tree fund to address the needs that were stated at the previous meeting. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Obviously, the remaining conditions are the ones that you heard back in November, and nothing's changed in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on items 62, 63, or 64?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have a separate presentation for 64. I just wanted to tie up these two loose ends first.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, maybe if we could, for simplicity, take items 62 and 63 and then discuss.
That's how we'll do it then. We called all three of them, just two of them, 62 and 63. There being no one to speak, Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For all of these applications, we've spent quite a bit of time working through some of this and in the Stadium District looking at trying to balance some practicality with some of the things we're holding everybody else to in the Stadium District and need to hold the stadium to as well. I guess, Nancy, for you, in the prior iteration of this, the suggestion for Mr. Burnett about the tree fund, that worked reasonably okay last time, and you're able to come up with a formula?
Yes, we were.
Okay. That being the case, I move for approval of items 62 and 63.
There's a motion for approval.
Can we add that condition?
Oh, absolutely. With the conditions that Mr. Burnett presented.
Just before we have any questions, do we know, can you tell us what the outcome was? I don't know that that's something that I've seen. There was a number. It was deposited. What happened?
Don, how much was the check?
It was in excess of $31,000. I don't recall the exact figure.
It was, we had determined that it would be $915 per tree if the county were to plant them, and that's how it was calculated based on the required trees along each frontage for those pieces. But again, Don's better. He handed it to me, and I handed it to the treasurer into a special fund, but I honestly wasn't sure how much
Chairman,
it was.
we did that in consultation with RPM so that it would be our cost, not private cost.
Right. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question, and my question is really to Commissioner Knapp. So the stadium's not going away for 20 years. So is this, I mean, at some point we've heard that you got to get some long-term parking land. So what is the plan? Is this only good until 2025, or is there, what's the longer plan?
Well, we've tried to treat the lot, really, that's fine. I'll let Don answer that because he's the representative. But from my perspective, I can tell you I've tried to treat the lots that have very short-term leases a little bit differently. And the applicant understands the strong desire for them to move from short-term leases, you can confirm that, to long-term solutions.
Well, and again, you might recall from our conversation in November that one of the items that we submitted as part of that package in November, when we submitted it, was under a lease agreement, another short-term lease agreement. I shared with you back in November, we were fortunate enough to be able to acquire that piece of property. And when I shared that information with you, I also told you that we were withdrawing our street-facing waiver request for landscaping, and that we would be putting in our landscaping ourselves. So our hope and expectation is that we would be able to acquire some of these assets going forward. Obviously, we don't control that process. But if we do, then we'll come back and look to make the kind of long-term commitments that we made for Lot S.
And if I could ask, so the money we're putting in today we get to keep it. And so you'd have to put trees in the future if it becomes a permanent lot.
That's what I'm saying.
So the approval then runs for the term of the lease, and then you'd be back? Or what happens if there's an extension of the lease? Does it run until the lease extensions, all of them, or?
No, we're sorry, I was going to be flippant and say we're arbitrary and capricious, but we require that they come back in for reviews. We want to make sure that it's working. Okay. So, and we have dates certain. It's not tied to the lease. We have dates certain, review dates.
Sorry, Commissioner, I just want to make sure that they're a true community partner, and everybody else, regardless of their lease, they still got to put in landscaping, so to make sure that we get what we need. But it looks like that you're going to come back next year in 2024 in June, so then you'll probably have some better idea of what the full-time parking situation is. I'm assuming.
Anything more?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And perhaps this is a good
Wasn't sure if that was a
opportunity.
rhetorical question.
In addition to Don, Chris is here, not to call you up, but just to maybe you can make yourselves available between the next time you'll be back up to have this conversation with anybody from the board who would like it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that'd be a good idea. There's a motion on the floor for approval of items 62 and 63. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
So under item 64, Mr. Chairman, this is a new piece of property, if you will. Let me flip back. So this parcel is represented right here. A 0.7 acre parcel that's immediately to the west of Lot S. It was acquired at the same point in time as part of the same transaction as our acquisition for Lot S. And it remained undeveloped until we got through the season last year, and earlier this year we began the process of going through a design process to use it as another off-site lot. Given its small size and its unique configuration, it yields relatively few parking spaces, but given the proximity to the stadium, we thought it was probably the best and highest use for the stadium. In designing the lot, we followed a lot of the same design principles as the other lots, and as a result, we have essentially the same waiver package as the previous 7 lots that were before you, with one notable exception, and that is waiver number 1 on your list, and that's the request for 15 feet of, not the request, it's the waiver for 15 feet of landscaping behind the attached sidewalk. And I can tell you, after looking at various alternatives and visiting with Commissioner Naft recently and seeing the sign that was on his wall that was essentially extolling the virtues of detached sidewalks, and clearly hearing the conversation that preceded this item, we came to the conclusion that a better alternative would be to incorporate a detached sidewalk here. I apologize for not having adequate time to show you how that might look from the site plan that was submitted. But moving forward with this request, I think that would eliminate the need for waiver number 1, since we're willing to put in a detached sidewalk. You can see and the detached sidewalk is noted in the red. Given the really short width of this property and the extreme jog, it kind of turned into a conversation about how we can improve the functionality of the detached sidewalk as it led us further east to Polaris, which, as you know, is a major pedestrian corridor. And we have also come to the conclusion that to improve the functionality, we'd like to also move forward with the detached sidewalk for Lot S. That was one of the lots that was before you and approved last November. In doing so, we'll be able to provide at least for the Dewey lot before us, provide the adequate code-compliant landscaping. It's required under figures 306417. But as I mentioned to staff before the meeting and to Commissioner Naft, I just don't know if we have, not I just don't know, we don't have adequate space on Dewey abutting Lot S to meet the requirements of 306417. So I just want to make that clear, but also express my commitment to provide 5 feet of street-facing landscaping abutting Dewey as part of the detached sidewalk configuration that we'll move forward with. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on item 64? There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Naft?
Thank you, Chairman. So to put that a little bit more plainly, what we're doing, and if you haven't spent a lot of time on Dewey, this is the street that has the parking garage coming up. This is a pretty heavy access point. On the other side of this property, there's a 15-foot pedestrian realm coming through, and what essentially the applicant has offered here is to both provide the detached on what's before us, but also what is not before us, put a detached all the way through to Polaris.
That is correct.
Recapping that appropriately? Okay. I think if there's comments, feel free.
There may be a comment.
Commissioners, just for the record, I just want to clarify that will take a vacation application so that we can vacate that excess right-of-way, and then they can put the landscaping where you want it.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question, because it came up actually yesterday, an unrelated application. Nancy, when there is an infill piece, and I'm not going to categorize this as infill, but certainly where there are 2 existing properties and they are attached sidewalks, is there a justification in those circumstances for thinking a little differently about attached versus detached? And I'm a lover of the detached, just like all my colleagues, but is there, as we move forward and there are these types of situations where it's truly an infill?
Yes, there is justification. And again, that whether it's, actually you do have some older areas, in fact all commissioners have some older areas that have some infill, and that is an absolute justification. If there is attached and attached, we might, again, we're going to require a little more landscaping behind it and that sort of thing, but yes, there's absolute justification.
And that's the argument that we have every single day, is if we just let everybody get away with the infill, then we will never get where we want to be, and that's why, while it is a little bit painful, to me this makes sense. We're getting a whole lot more detached than we otherwise would, because frankly that property is not before us today.
And if I could interject, in the stadium district, absolutely, we have an overlay. If we don't start addressing the detached versus attached, we are not going to have pedestrian realms that are safe, or it's going to be very hard for us to redevelop that area. So again, different areas are going to have different constraints.
And to be clear, I told that developer to go back to the drawing board, because he's in the back there.
And Commissioner, now I would just, I'm trying to encourage people to put metal art or something in some of the landscaping instead of waving it, because some of these older areas, it's hard to bring water and very expensive, but I just think that we could bring some art to maybe where we start cutting all this landscaping. It just bugs me to cut the landscaping even with the tree thing. I just wish people would be creative and get some art, and especially because this is a truly walking area that we're sending thousands of people to.
And taking your lead, that you've had in some of your areas that there's no water and you're requiring some sort of, whether it be large rocks or something, we are providing that in the code.
And to pick on Chris again, he has so graciously volunteered to serve on our arts committee and is helping with particularly the ZAP project, but also some mural projects that the board has approved the funding for within the stadium district. If there's nothing further, I move for approval of item 64 with the conditions offered by the applicant and stated by staff.
Please cast your votes on the motion. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Next are items 66 and 67, which can be heard together. Item 66, ET 23400054, vacate and abandon second extension of time for easements of interest to Clark County located between Warm Springs Road and Capelvilla Avenue and between Windy Street and I-15 within Enterprise. Item 67, ET 23400055, use permit second extension of time to review a cannabis establishment production facility in conjunction with a proposed office warehouse building on a 1 acre portion of a 2.1 acre parcel in the MD Design Manufacturing AE 65 zone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Chad Christensen. Address is 4110 South Maryland Parkway, Suite 1. And I'm here today to request a time extension on this development. Our industry is heavily affected by the illegal cannabis market, and we've had some challenges keeping up with what we've committed to do on this property. We've been able to since realign ourselves, and as I've met with the town advisory board, my understanding was that we were up to speed on some of the requests of the county, and I've since come to find out that we've got some catching up to do. Nonetheless, I'm standing here today to ask for this time extension so that we can get caught up and we can continue forward with our development.
Thank you. So an extension of time is sought here. This is a public hearing. Items 66 and 67 are heard together. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on these items? There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval with the understanding that there won't be, you won't be back here again for a further extension.
Understood.
Thank you. Move for approval of item 66.
Please cast your votes on the motion.
Chairman, just one quick question. I missed this one in my review. I apologize. Mr. Christensen's a former client of mine. Do I need to abstain or merely disclose?
The disclosure is sufficient. You do not need to abstain since he's a past client of yours.
Thank you.
Please cast your votes.
For 66 and 67.
Yes. And the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Next is item 68, UC 230235, use permit for deviations as shown per plans on file in conjunction with the resort hotel, the Fontainebleau. Deviations for the following: reduce height, setback ratio, increase projection of wall signs, increase the height of directional signs, increase the area of directional signs, reduce setback, allow temporary signs, deviations as shown per plans on file. Waiver of development standards to reduce setback from the right-of-way. Design review for a comprehensive sign package in conjunction with an approved resort hotel on 22.7 acres in an H1 limited resort apartment zone, generally located on the north side of Elvis Presley Boulevard and the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard South within Winchester.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Gibson and Commissioners. Lebanon Heaney, 520 South 4th Street, representing the Fontainebleau Resort Hotel. And with me is Anthony Leone from the resort and Rick Julian from YESCO. This request is to consolidate the signage for the resort. The previous approval for the resort was in 2008, and this request will basically expunge that application, resulting in one overall application for the site. To orient you to the site, which I know you all know where this is, it's on the north side of Elvis Presley Boulevard and the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard, consisting of two tax parcels. The application as proposed and previously stated, is to consolidate all the previous approvals. So you would notice that there's already some signage on the building and on the site. Now, staff has recommended approval for most of the signage, but the signage that staff had some questions on and recommended denial, which was deviation number 6, and also applications 1I and K, are temporary signs that are typical for resorts, mostly doing construction, and most people just construct the temporary signs without approvals. But in this case, the temporary signs exist along the frontage, which is along the west side of the parcel, and then along the north side. On the south side, which is along Elvis Presley, they're establishing the landscaping, so it doesn't exist yet. The reason for the request is normally up to, during construction and up to the opening of the resort, they put these temporary signs. And so the intent is to put the temporary signs in once they finish all the installation of the landscaping along the south side, and have signage opening soon, those kind of signage, and actually maintain and improve what is along the frontage as they complete the frontage. On the north side, as you all know, we have this Silver Arena, Silverstone or Silverview Arena, which has is a hole. So during opening, we of course need that temporary sign looking better as they open, as they finish and open. That's the reason for that temporary signage application. And to walk you through some of the signage, we've been working with our neighbors to the east, which is the temporary towers, and there was a question about a couple of the signs, which projection signs on the garage portions of it, on the northeast and the southeast. We worked with them and improved those signs, which I'll show you in a minute. There's also a question about the signage on a portion of the tower, and just to present this picture, because there was a confusion because it was flat, so it almost seemed like you could see those signs to the east. This FB sign is visible from Las Vegas Boulevard, from south going north. The signage and the question is animated signs on the tower, and this picture shows the actual tower, so that the signage ends on this corner and doesn't go to the east, and that was a concern. So basically all that sign faces southwest and not southeast, just to explain that to...
So the white stripe is a sign?
The white stripe is basically, it's not the sign will be just above it. That's basically an architectural detail to give a break in the entire wall, because it's all glass. So the sign that goes in over on this side of it, and it's facing towards the boulevard, not towards the residences. And this actually shows that it ends right here, so it doesn't go to the west. So that was the one the applicants had a question on.
Commissioner?
Well, I'm now more confused because I thought you were alluding to that the strip was the illuminated sign, but now you just said it isn't, so I'm confused. So, well, then what would the signage be above it? What does that
It
say?
is an animated sign that points towards the strip, not towards the residences.
Do you have a drawing that shows that?
Yes, let me go back.
So,
just a minute.
I think I'm not the only one that's
Oh, I asked the question.
confused.
Yes. So basically, these are some of the signs that our neighbors had questions on. This is way on top of the tower. And then we also have some wall signs that are animated sign. This animated sign is what is in question.
I know, but so I'm trying to visualize what that looks like, and so what I think is like the little black kind of roll that goes across at the bottom of your TV or something that says that you're advertising all the stuff come in. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to visualize what that looks like, because I thought that that was the whole point of having the illuminated strip.
So I think when looking at what Lebanese is showing here, I would say that what you originally thought was the sign is going to be the sign in that white strip, but I think that the perception is it's a lot narrower than it is. If you think about it, it looks like it might be a floor width, which could be, how high is that, Lebanese? 13, 15 feet high?
It's actually higher than that. It's
So I think
363 feet from grade.
No. The height of the red area.
You're talking about the width?
Is it 10 feet? Yeah, I can't see.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but I think that it is within the white. That's what it looks like. But the perception is that it's very narrow, but it's not, because it's high and it's a very tall
it's
building.
high up on the
Looks like
tower.
it's a floor. It's a floor worth of window space.
I
It's
believe
about,
so,
what,
yes.
10 feet,
Yes.
yeah. Does it say 10 feet on there?
And so we clarified it, and I showed this so the neighbors would know that it doesn't wrap all the way around the tower. It just ends where it faces southwest towards the strip. And with that said, the only question staff had was, the only question staff had was the temporary sign. They were all right with all the signs. And in creating one sign package with expunging the original 2008, it allows for ease of signage and research for staff, so they don't have to go through too many applications. So the intent is to consolidate everything. And some of the signage is actually already existing, like the FB that I showed, which was previously approved in 2008, and also the roof sign, which is already installed. So with that, we would appreciate your approval of the application, and we accept staff's condition of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on items 68 or 69? There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you. Nancy, or Public Works, can you explain the concern about the temporary sign, or is that going to be okay as long as it's temporary?
We generally don't like temporary signs along the Las Vegas Boulevard and the Strip, but again, there have been some approved. And if you would, we don't have in our conditions any kind of limitation, but if you'd like to place a limitation on the signs, they can only be up X number of days after it opens or something to that effect. But our main concern is we want to make sure that the temporary signs that you see in some areas that stay up forever and they don't look good, that we don't have that along the Strip.
Thank you. So, Lebanese, can we put a condition on when the temporary signs would come down?
The intent is for them to come down, the ones on the west side, along the boulevard, and along Elvis Presley through opening. On the north side, which is interior to the parcel, which is basically north between us and Silverview, because they're not building anything, we will want that maintained, and we understand they're going to be building a more permanent wall. So we'll take that down once they build the wall they claim they're building.
Okay, so if we say the west and the south is going to end on the end of the year, that would go through opening?
Yeah, through the opening of the resort.
And then the north sign, can we condition it for the end of 2024 and then bring it back if there's a problem?
Yes, we're okay with that. We'll remove it by 2024 because we understand our neighbors are going to build a wall. So.
Well, that's my goal, but as we know, that wall has been coming for a long time, so I don't want to count on that wall.
That's what we're saying today. Well, we want Fontainebleau to get open, so glad you're moving approval on these items.
So if that's clear, then I'd make that motion.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
There's a motion for approval by Commissioner Sigerblum with the conditions as noted. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion carries. Thank you.
Next is item 69, UC 230267, use permits for the following: dormitory, eliminate portions of the pedestrian realms, eliminate portions of the development standards of the Midtown Maryland Parkway District, waiver of development standards for the following: reduce setbacks, increase building heights, reduce landscaping, alternative driveway geometrics. Design reviews for the following: commercial complex finished grade on 3.4 acres in a C2 general commercial AE60 zone in the Midtown Maryland Parkway District, generally located on the east side of Maryland Parkway, the north side of Harmon Avenue, and the south side of University Avenue within Paradise.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Membership, John Moran III with the law firm of Clark Hill, representing the applicant, Campus Village, LLC, on item number 69. I would like to first note quickly that we have Brent Resch with my office here assisting us with the project. He was the one that worked directly with your staff on this particular item, both Public Works and Planning and Zoning. I also have, I believe, in the audience, Mr. Frank Moretti, one of the strategic and joint venture partners of this particular project, which, as you know, is, in my opinion, and I believe in yours as well, a project of regional significance because of the fact that it touches and is so intimately entwined with what we are trying to do at UNLV on a more global basis from 50,000 feet. Also, for the technical questions, we have Julia Isolo from Zenith. She will be able to address technical questions if they come up. I've been told specifically to keep it very, very short, and that did not come from Commissioner Segerbloom. That actually came from my mother this morning. So we will go ahead and start with that, Mr. Chairman. We provided a digital presentation, a digital deck to your IT department, and if I can go to page 1 of that deck, if it's downloaded, that would be great. If not, we can do it the old-fashioned way, by pigeon and stagecoach.
Do we have that presentation? And if so, would you please get it up?
And in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, not a big deal. Again, you've seen the digital deck. I've provided copies to both your offices as well as the offices of all commission membership. So you have a copy of that digital deck. I believe it was several pages, maybe 10, but it went through some of the nuances of the project. It gave some proximity and walked you through the details of the actual project. If I can just briefly start off, we'll go to the overhead and take a look at the site plan, which also includes landscape buffering. You'll notice this project is on Maryland Parkway. Most of you are familiar with this particular area. This is directly east of the university campus, UNLV, formerly Nevada Southern. You'll notice that this piece is between both University Avenue and Harmon Avenue. The hard corner, which I'm considering on the property, that being the northeast corner of the property, you will remember had a small strip mall articulated behind what was on that hard corner of that property, a former 7-Eleven. That 7-Eleven has now been integrated back into the buildings, both Building A and Building B. I will get into those in just a moment to give the board further reference. But we did end up taking out the gas pumps. The gas pumps, number one, they provided some issues with regards to aesthetic perception in that area. And also they provided some issues with regards to site circulation and fire safety. So we went ahead and corrected that issue. Now, let me go back real quick just to give a quick history. This project was in some form or fashion approved. This is going back to October of 2021, and there were a number of comments made by shareholders, stakeholders, and then obviously comments that were made by staff and then also membership, both now and at the time. The developer of this project, again, joint venture partnership between Woodbury Corporation and G2 Capital, came together through our architects, Hafer and Welker, to design a project that, again, took into consideration all of the issues that were attendant going back 2 years, essentially upwards of 2 years ago, and have now integrated those concerns and those issues or areas of concern, areas of interest into non-issues at this point in time, but consistent, compatible, and harmonious with your master plan, but also, again, the thoughts and concerns of all stakeholders, all shareholders, both adjacent property owners and administrative staff for Clark County Public Works and Planning and Zoning. On that note, and I would be remiss not to mention that, I don't want to forget working with Director Amundsen and her department, Planning and Zoning, Public Works, and the folks at Building were professional, diligent, reasonable, and we appreciated their help and choreography, because this is a very, very big project. It's contemplating in excess of 500,000 square feet of space. It is, as I pointed out earlier, in proximity to the university, which is very, very important. And the shared uses throughout that area are important as well. And the developer, again, did take into consideration all of those issues. Now, if I can, I'd like to give just a little bit more on the site plan that we have in front of you. We have a building A and a building B. The building A is on the north side of the parcel. That, and we're going to see some elevations in just a moment, but building A essentially is it's essentially a 15, 16, 17 story building. It includes on the first floor retail at about 19 feet, and then we go into a linear parking garage from floors 2, 3, and 4. Getting to floor 5, going up to 5 all the way up to 15, you will have standard dormitory rooms that will be utilized by the folks choosing to avail themselves of our great higher ed institutions, namely UNLV. We're looking at about 500 dormitory rooms, maybe up to 700, beds. We're looking at about 326 units. Again, very, very big in size. Going now to building B, at the foot of the building in the retail on that first floor, again, 19 feet higher ceilings. What you'll find is a 7-Eleven. We had that lease. We had to maintain the integrity of that lease. We pushed that lease back into the project. We went to, again, 2, 3, and 4 for parking. And then above that, you'll find the C-suite for UNLV's chief officers, and that will be where they will be housed at some point in time in terms of their office space, and you're going to see that in 2 minutes. Again, to give you a quick overview of the area involved, you'll notice this is kind of a smattering of some of the other dormitories in the area. You'll notice the Degree, the U, which is another project that was capped off by G2 Capital and Mr. Moretti, successfully so. You'll notice the Echo, which is another project in that area. And you'll notice the areas where these are kind of popping up, very, very important. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to the overhead now on the local context in terms of our project. Again, trying to orient you, again, from an aerial standpoint to where the student housing would be contained in building number A, and then obviously the office building contained in building B. This is what the project and the existing conditions look like as of today. We're getting ready, obviously, to raise the 7-Eleven, and again, those gas pumps will go. And you'll notice the back end on the lower piece of that sheet, which is the area on the eastern portion of that site, going back into the neighborhood. And so that's pretty much what we have for you today. Show you that. I am here to answer any questions that you may have. I wanted to say one thing. I believe Mr. Garcia is here. We've worked with Mr. Garcia on this project based on the fact that his client is the owner of the parcel directly to the east and adjacent to our parcel. We wanted to make sure that he and his concerns and the concerns of his client were met and addressed in every way, shape, and form. They have been. I believe that Mr. Garcia will be making those representations today. We are here to answer any questions. We believe that this project is going to place us in a trajectory where we are on essentially a mission to get to where Arizona State University is in terms of their skyline. I had some comparisons in the digital presentation. You all have that presentation to note those. I wasn't real fond of them utilizing UCLA, but of course ASU is great because that's my alma mater. What Michael Crow has done at Arizona State, the president of Arizona State, is just incredible. He's put that institution essentially on the map during his tenure, and that is really what we want to see. We want to become what Tempe has become here on that Maryland Parkway corridor, and we want to create that skyline. This project, the way it's lined out from an elevation standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, And just from a substantive standpoint is exactly what Michael Crow and their planning commissions were contemplating in Tempe when they wanted to move forward with their master plan in that higher ed zone, so to speak. So again, we're here to answer any questions. We appreciate your time. And we feel that we're coming with a really, really great project. And another thing I wanted to address too, just real quick.
Listen to your mother.
I'm done. Shut it down. Thank you, Commissioner Segerblum. We're here to answer your questions.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this item?
Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Thrilled to be here before you with a great project. My client is Ashton Park Apartments, next immediately to the east. We've been working with Commissioner Segerblum. More importantly, we've been working with Woodbury Companies and with Frank Moretti to make this campus village a reality that we just heard described. We had some issues that we had worked with them. We supported the project initially. We have a few issues we wanted to resolve. We provided a letter of agreement that we have with the Woodbury and Frank that JT didn't introduce. If JT can come back and just tell you they're willing to proffer that. But that agreement contains a resolution because currently there's a block wall that encroaches on our property. That will be removed. There'll be some paving work done to fill in between the new wall and where the old wall was. Slurry coat the parking so it all looks uniform and matched. And in return, we'll be doing some easements for them, both temporary and permanent, to help facilitate their driveway and the construction of the retaining wall. So that we've tried to work all that out to get everything resolved to make this project go forward, but protect my client at the same time. And if JT comes back and offers that letter, we've provided a copy of that letter provided from Woodbury's Assistant General Counsel, Clay Stevenson, and provided that to the Commissioner's office, and that's what we'll introduce and agree to, hopefully with your support and JT's putting it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? The public hearing is closed, and I take it that you're willing to accede to the request that Mr. Garcia has made.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Segerblum.
Thank you. I know staff had a couple of objections. Could you state those? I'm not sure if they're Public Works or they're...
I think Public Works had a couple. One point I want to make, and you know, again, we're not splitting hairs, but the projects that were shown in the general area are not as, this is a very tall building. And I think that was a concern that we had. It's just very big, very bulky, but I don't know if Public Works had additional concerns.
No, we're fine with the project as shown.
All right. I know we weren't able to go to town board because we want to get this moving, and the Knights game kind of interfered with that. But there was one issue that was raised by staff, which was the parking structure and not having some type of transparent.
Not having a barrier, being open, make it look nicer. Is that a good way to put it?
Yes. This is really going to be a classic structure, and you just said it's very prominent, so I think we need to make sure that at least, is there a way to condition this on some type of making the parking structure look better without delaying this process?
Yes, we can, we would have you can say it however you want, but in essence, it's going to be, the condition would be the parking structure must be designed or in such a way that it is aesthetically pleasing, and then we can work with them as to what that means.
And as far as the letter from Mr. Garcia, or Mr. Garcia is referenced, have you seen that, or can we introduce that this time?
We can put it in the file. It is an agreement between, it's not a county agreement, so we would just note it in our file, but we would not make it referenced in the approval.
All right.
So, Rob, in terms of the definition of aesthetically pleasing, what can you give us?
Well, it's big, so they'll have to work with staff, and then staff will have to agree that it's aesthetically pleasing. I don't know how else to do it, and maybe work with the Commissioner's office also.
Are you looking to obscure something? Is that essentially what you're doing?
We're looking to make it, their adjacent property that actually Mr. Garcia is representing, we want to make sure that they are not seeing this big ugly wall. We want it to look a little nicer. We want all sides of this development to be as, I guess you could say, nice looking, aesthetically pleasing
You can use the word aesthetically, that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I had to say it right this time, but we want all of the adjacent properties to not be impacted by giant blank walls.
Yeah, okay. And Commissioner Sagerblum, what are your thoughts about how you might want that to be reflected in the record you're making?
Just aesthetically pleasing. I said just not a blank wall, or I thought maybe it was going to just be open exposure with the cars, but we just want something which some type of a.
You want some sort of design. Again, we don't want it to look like a basic parking garage adjacent to that multifamily residential to the east.
Like pornography, we'll know it when we see it. So we'll know when it's aesthetically pleasing.
And if they can't work something out, then they'll have to come back. That's all I can tell you.
All right, so it would need to meet the approval of our staff and the commissioner.
We require an administrative design review for the final design of the parking garage, and then we'll work with them, but that way they would have to come in, have it administratively approved.
That's a good way to say it.
That's perfect. Yeah, I don't want to delay anything, but I just want to make sure we look at it before it's.
Did you have a comment?
Yes, Chairman and Commissioner Segerblum and the board. The one thing we would request, if possible, is since the applicant proffered to have that letter basically added to the record, basically self-imposing those conditions, as opposed to your exacting them out of them, we think it would be appropriate to add it to the record as a condition of the county because they've agreed to do that on their own volition. So if that's possible, we'd like to do that.
Is that possible, Rob?
It's possible, but I haven't reviewed the conditions. I don't know if that's something the county could enforce or what the conditions are, if it's part of a private agreement. So we haven't had a chance to review what they're talking about.
What if we just simply say that you've submitted the record and we've received it, and then you're not going to sue us anyway, you're going to sue his client. So I don't think we want to be in a position where anybody gets confused about who should enforce.
That's fine, Chairman. I think, and I understand Rob's concern, but obviously at the late moment we got all this resolved, haven't had time to involve staff, but appreciate the fact that it's introduced for the record. Okay. And on the record, the applicant has agreed to do this. Thank you.
Well, we'll receive a copy of the letter.
Well, JT needs to come back up and state that for the record too.
Yes, and that's an accurate statement. By and through you to Commissioner Segerblum, Mr. Chair. Again, JT Moran for the record. What I was kind of thinking is yes, number one on the letter, we can introduce that. We just got that letter inked as of yesterday, so I don't have a copy of it, but we do agree in theory as to the terms and conditions that were in that letter that Mr. Garcia has.
Well, what you're saying, JT, what you're saying is you agree in theory, but there probably is some detail there. Do you agree to the detail? If you signed the letter, you agreed to the detail that is in the letter. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. I received a copy of it from your lawyer, so hopefully you agree with it.
Yes, no, 100%. We agree with it. It's not even an issue. And the secondary item, I think, is important as well, and I think that perhaps another avenue to handle this garage issue, we still have to come back with our master sign plan. So I don't want to slow down our project with regards to any of our building permits because we're currently in a design review, phased project review submittal process. But I think that this item won't hold any of that back, and in the meantime, we won't have to come back forward for two different hearings, administrative or otherwise. We could just bring everything back during the timeframes that we move forward with our sign.
So on the administrative review, you submit, they review. We don't hear it.
No, it's within 10 days, JD. So, JT, we can get that done very quickly, but it eliminates the issue of you coming in for a building permit, having it approved, and staff and the commissioner feels that the lack of interesting design on that side of your proposal impacts the neighbors to the east. It's not, we're not bringing it back to the board. It is a submittal. We'll work with you on it, and it's would be staff and the commissioner's office would be reviewing it.
And that's not going to delay anything.
I'm trying to think of an example. So we did this in our district, right?
Correct.
With the mini storage, and it really was moving everything along at the same time. So it really is just on your architects bringing something that incorporates it, and then it was a matter of our office and the planning staff getting together and reviewing it to see if it made sense, and it took no time. So I just think you would add time frame if you bring it in with a sign plan, because I think you got to build the parking before you can build the rest of it.
And the other thing, this developer has had notice, because staff has consistently said that because there was a request for reduction in landscaping to a less intense use. Our reason for recommending denial of that waiver was that there's nothing to buffer, or there's nothing that, again, that word, aesthetically pleasing, it's just, there is nothing that buffers the adjacent property owners. So Commissioner Sager-Bloom has been discussing with staff what the concern was. He even brought up, because he remembered what we had discussed with him. So we're not trying to hold you up. That's why we're suggesting administrative.
Okay, let's, so are you prepared?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion. So JT, you can accept it or not, but if you don't like it, we're going to vote anyway.
I'll get with it.
All right. So anyway, we're going to put into the record the letter from your attorney that goes to Mr. Garcia and Mr. Duncan, Mr. Lee, about the property and the moving the wall and sledging, or whatever we call it, the slurrying the surface in their parking lot, and also that we're going to have an administrative review of the design covering the parking lot to the east. So
Parking garage.
Right, and it was one of our conditions, our if approved conditions. We're just adding that it's through an ADR. We don't want to have the back and forth as to what decorative screening would be. So it's been a condition. So again, this developer should have known that this is something that we were concerned about.
Yeah, and I apologize it wasn't brought up at the town hall, but we didn't have the town hall, but we're trying to get this moving. So with that, if that's clear, I would make that motion.
All right. Rather than try and restate the motion, I'll assume it's clear. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on that motion or ask a question? There being no one, please cast your votes. You understand what the motion is, do you not, JT?
I don't need to be good with it. I'm just hoping that you guys.
No, you understand. I know you don't have to be good with it, but you understand what it is. You understand what we've said here.
Absolutely.
All right, good. Thank you. You're good. Yeah. The motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members.
Next are items 74 and 75, which can be heard together. Item 74, WC 23400053, waiver of conditions of a zone change not allowing the required parking behind buildings in conjunction with an office building and parking garage with restaurants on 4.2 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the CMA Design Overlay District. Item 75, WS 230211, waivers of development standards for the following: increase building height, increase the height of exterior fixtures, luminaries mounted on buildings, allow modified driveway design standards, design reviews for the following: office building, parking garage with restaurants, finished grade on 4.2 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the north side of Sunset Road and the east side of Riley Street within Spring Valley.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lexa Green, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This application is a request for an office and retail building. The subject site is a 4.18 acre parcel located on the northeast corner of South Riley Street and West Sunset Road, just east of the 215 and northwest of the IKEA. The site is zoned C2 with the land use designation of corridor mixed use. With that, the applicant is proposing an 8-story office building, which will be located on the southern portion of the site, as well as a 5-level parking garage, which will be on the northern portion. On the top level of the parking garage will be some retail and restaurant space. The applicant is providing 1,139 parking spaces, where 1,104 are required. We feel that the site is appropriate for the proposed use as it fronts onto Sunset, which is a 120-foot right-of-way, and it's also in close proximity to the 215 and surrounded to the east, west, and south by commercial uses in C2 zones. The theme that we're seeing in this area is that it's urbanizing, and due to scarcity of land, developers are looking to build up. So with that, the applicant is requesting a waiver to increase the building height to 133 feet, where 50 feet is generally permitted within a C2 zone. Just to give you a little background on this site in particular, the site was previously approved for back in March of 2016 for a 5-story office space with a maximum height of 85 feet. That application has since expired. However, I have provided an exhibit here which highlights some taller buildings in the area. So buildings over 50 feet aren't unusual along the 215 and in this area in particular. And I'm not going to go through all these, but there are a couple that I do want to highlight. Immediately adjacent to the east is a commercial development that's coming in with a maximum height of 59 feet. We have the hospital just west of the 215 with a maximum height of 130 feet. We have IKEA to the south of us, that's 53 feet, with Ashley Furniture Distribution Center that was approved for 60 feet. South of the 215, we have Uncommons at 75 feet, and also the Durango Casino, Stations Casino at 216 feet, just to highlight, but we can see some others highlighted in green there. As far as the request for reduction in throat depths, we want to thank Public Works for working with us in revising the site plan. We were able to remove about 11 parking spaces to increase the throat depth and reduce the requested waiver. So I do want to, compare the previously submitted site plan with that of what we're proposing today. So as we can see here, thank you, highlighted in red are parking spaces that we've removed. So we've increased the throat depth on Riley here, and we've removed about 5 spaces near the Sunset driveway as well, to reduce the amount of traffic conflict and increase the throat depth there as well. Lastly, the applicant is requesting to waive a previously approved condition. This condition relates to a planned commercial retail center that was approved with the intent to encourage shared parking. So it does restrict parking from being behind the building. As we can see here, we are proposing a parking garage and some surface parking that will be behind the building. So we are requesting that that condition be waived as well. We thank you for your time and consideration of this application, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on these items, which is 74 and 75? There being no one, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Green, for your presentation and for working closely with Public Works on